B.P. Veerabhadrappa, Professor R. Indira, and Professor A. Ramaigoda on the dais. Guruga Sangeeta Vidyalaya Shumogga to sing Nadagite. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to rise for Nadagite.
जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते, जय हे कर्नाटक माते। भारत जननीय तनुजाते, जय हे कर्नाटक माते। जय सुंदर नदिवनಗಳ ನಾಡೆ, जय हे रस ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ। ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ, ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದದ ಹೊಂದಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ, ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ। ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ, ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ। ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ, ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ। ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ತೋದಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ। ಶಂಕರರ ಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ, ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ। ರಮ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊಂದ, ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ। ಕವಿಗರುದಿಸಿದ ಮಂಗಳಧಾಮ, ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ। ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ। ಕೈಲಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳ ರಾಣಿದ ನಾಡೆ, ಡಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ। ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ, ಕಾವೇರಿಯ ವರರಂಗ। ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ। ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ, ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ। ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ, ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನರು ಧ್ಯಾನ। ಕನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ, ಗಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ। ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ, ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ। ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ।
Thank you. Nothing can be more reassuring and heartwarming than affectionate words of welcome. Now I request Dr. E. Chandrasekhar, Organizing Secretary of this conference, formally welcome and introduce the dignitaries.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಆನರಬಲ್ ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಬಿ.ಪಿ. ವೀರಭದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಸರ್, my guru and mentor Professor Vignesh N. Bhatt sir, keynote speaker of the conference Professor B.B. Mohanty sir, chief guest of the conference and well-known sociologist of the state Professor R. Indira Madam, chairman of the KSA and department Professor M. Gurlingaya sir, my guru Professor A. Ramegowda sir, and my friend Dr. Shekhar sir, K.T. Ramesh sir, my dear colleagues, sociology teachers from various parts of the country, research scholars, and ladies and gentlemen. ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ 14ನೇ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾದ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. 2019 ಅಂತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಚೀನಾದ ಕೋವಿಡ್-19 ಎಂಬ ವೈರಸ್ ಕಾಲಿಟ್ಟಾಗ ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತು ಈ ಮಹಾಮಾರಿಯ ಹೊಡೆತಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಲುಕಿ ದಿಕ್ಕಾಪಾಲಾಗಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತದೆ ಎಂದು ಯಾರೂ ಅಂದಾಜು ಪಟ್ಟಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಪರಿಯ ಭೀತಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸುತ್ತದೆ ಎಂಬ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೋವಿಡ್-19 ಮೊದಲನೇ ಅಲೆ, ಎರಡನೇ ಅಲೆ, ಕ್ವಾರಂಟೈನ್, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಅಂತರ, ಲಾಕ್ಡೌನ್ ಹೀಗೆ ಎಂದೆಂದೂ ಕಂಡು ಕೇಳಿರದ ಹೊಸ ವಿದ್ಯಮಾನಗಳಿಗೆ ಈ ಮಹಾಮಾರಿ ಕಾರಣವಾಯಿತು. ಎರಡನೇ ಅಲೆ ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿಗೂ ಸಾವಿನ ಆಘಾತ ನೀಡಿತು. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಆಘಾತ ನೀಡಿದ್ದು ಸುಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಸೌಕರ್ಯ ಇರಬಹುದು, ರೋಗ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ, ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂಗ್, ಸಾರಿಗೆ, ವೃತ್ತಿ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕತೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಿಗೂ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟ ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದವು. ನೆನಪಿರಲಿ, ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಇದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಅದರ ಮಹಾಮಾರಿಯ ತೀವ್ರತೆ ಈಗ ಕಡಿಮೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಹೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಇತರ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಲಯಗಳೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೊಸ ಸ್ವರೂಪವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಿವೆ. ಪುನರ್ರಚನೆಯ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ವಲಯ, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಸಮಾಜ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಗಳ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನಂತರದ ಸವಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಎದುರಿಸುವ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸುವ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನೀಡಿರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘಕ್ಕೆ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸೂಚಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಂಥ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಆತಿಥ್ಯವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಬಿ.ಪಿ. ವೀರಭದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದಾಗ ಸಂತೋಷ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಿದರು. ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಇಂತಹ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿರಬೇಕೆಂದು ಸದಾ ಉತ್ತೇಜನವನ್ನು ನೀಡುತ್ತಾರೆ. ವಿವಿಗಳು ಸ್ಥಾವರಗಳಲ್ಲ, ಜಂಗಮ ಸ್ವರೂಪಿ ಎಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದಿಸುವ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ವಿ.ಬಿ. ವೀರಭದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧುಗಳ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಲಿರುವ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ವಿ.ಎನ್. ಭಟ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ದೇಶದ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಜ್ಞರಾಗಿದ್ದು ಗುರುತಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಿದ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅವರು ಚಿರಪರಿಚಿತರು ಮತ್ತು ಆಪ್ತರೂ ಹೌದು. ನನ್ನ ಗುರುಗಳು, ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕರು ಆದ ವಿ.ಎನ್. ಭಟ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಶಿಷ್ಯಗಣವೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಅವರು ಹೂಸ್ಟನ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಸಂದರ್ಶಕ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಥೋಪಿಯಾ, ಅರಾಮಯ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ UNDP ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಅಲಯನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಸಿನೆಸ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾಗಿ, ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ, ಡೀನರಾಗಿ, ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘದ ಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಮಾಜ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವರದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಕೊಡುಗೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, KSA ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಬಂಧುಗಳ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have with us very distinguished sociologist, Professor B.B. Mohanty sir, as keynote speaker for the conference. Professor Mohanty is one of the leading sociologists of the country, having rich academic and administrative experience. He is the Dean of School of Social Science and International Studies and Professor of Sociology at Pondicherry University. He is also managing editor of the prestigious Sociological Bulletin. He has published research papers in leading journals of sociology and authored books such as Agrarian Transformation in Western India, Critical Perspectives on Agrarian Transition, Agrarian Changes and Social Mobilization, just to name a few. Sir, it is our privilege to have you here as a keynote speaker. On the behalf of entire sociology teaching fraternity of Karnataka and South India, I extended a warm full welcome to you, sir. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆರ್ ಇಂದಿರಾ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಹಾಗೂ ಭಾರತದ ಹೆಸರಾಂತ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಜ್ಞರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಇಂದಿರಾ ಅವರು 2 ಬಾರಿ ಫುಲ್ ಬ್ರೈಟ್ ಫೆಲೋಶಿಪ್ ಪಡೆದಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ, 4 ಬಾರಿ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ಫೆಲೋಶಿಪ್ ಪಡೆದಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ, ICSSRನ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಫೆಲೋಶಿಪ್ಗೆ ಭಾಜನರಾಗಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿಯೂ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ವಿವಿಧ ವಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದ ಕೊಡುಗೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಸಂದರ್ಶಕ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ತಜ್ಞರೂ ಹೌದು, ಜನಪ್ರಿಯ ಅಂಕಣಕಾರರೂ ಹೌದು. ಪ್ರಜಾವಾಣಿ, ಪ್ರಜಾನುಡಿ, ಸಮಾಜಮುಖಿ, ಮೈಸೂರು ಮಿತ್ರ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಯಮಿತವಾಗಿ ಅಂಕಣಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಇಂದಿರಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಸಹಕಾರ ನೀಡಿರುವ ದಕ್ಷ KS ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ಮತ್ತು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕುಲಸಚಿವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಜಿ ಅನುರಾಧ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು, ವಿಧಾನಸಭಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ವಿಶ್ವೇಶ್ವರ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಕಾಗೇರಿ ಅವರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವುದರಿಂದ ಅವರು ಈ ಅನುಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಸಂಘದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ರೂವಾರಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ, ವಿಭಾಗದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಟ್ಟುಗೂಡಿ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಾಗಿಸಲು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಗುರುಗಳು, ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಯಶಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕಂಡವರು, ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಿದವರು, ಹಿರಿಯ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎ ರಾಮೇಗೌಡ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅವರದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎ ರಾಮೇಗೌಡ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಬೆಂಬಲಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಂತಹ BH ಅಂಜನಪ್ಪ ಅವರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಹಾಗೂ ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮರೆಯುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. 2 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ತೊಂದರೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನನ್ನ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದಿಂದನೂ ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಕೋಪ, ನನ್ನ ಗೊಂದಲಗಳಿಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾ ಹೀಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಸಂಘದ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ನನ್ನ ಹಿರಿಯ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ, ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ SL ಹಿರೇಮಠ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕಾಳಚನ್ನಗೌಡರು ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ರೇಫಲ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ರಿಚರ್ಡ್ ಪೈಯಸ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಗುರುಗಳಾದಂಥ ಪಂಚಾಕ್ಷರಯ್ಯ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್, ಹಾಗೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣೇಗೌಡ ಸರ್, ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನ ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮೊದಲ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯನ್ನ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೊಳಿಸಿದ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರ ಸಂಘವನ್ನ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಕೋರಲೇಬೇಕು. ಅದರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂತಹ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ KT ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರೇಷ್ಮಾ ಅವರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ಬಂಧುಗಳು ನನಗೆ ಮೊದಲ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯಲ್ಲೇನೆ ನನಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಬೆಂಬಲವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ KT ರಮೇಶ್ ಪರ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೂ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿನಯ್ ರಜತ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಾದಂತಹ ಸತ್ಯಪ್ರಕಾಶ್, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ವಿಜಯಕುಮಾರ್, ತಿಪ್ಪೇಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಯೋಗೇಶ್ ನಾಯಕ್, ಹೀಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರುಗಳು ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಹಂತದಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ವಿಭಾಗದ ಹಾಗೆ ವಿವಿಧ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಂದ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ಬಂಧುಗಳಿಗೆ, ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಸಹ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿವಿಧ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ವಿಷಯವೆಂದರೆ, ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ RC ಕನ್ವೀನರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಕಮಿಟಿಯ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತಮ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೋಗೊಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಂತಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯನ್ನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘ ಹಾಗೂ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಮೂಲಕ ಜರುಗಲಿದೆ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ಲೈನ್ ತರುವಂಥ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಬೀಳ್ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಸಮಾರಂಭದವರೆಗೆ ನಡೆಯುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇವೆಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ಲೈನ್ಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ, ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ, ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಇದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತಲುಪುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕತೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಳವಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದು ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ನನ್ನ ದೊರೆಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಆಂಟಿ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘದ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮೂಲಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar, for the most heartwarming words of welcome. And on behalf of the conference, we also extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Now I request President of Karnataka Sociology Association and Chairman of Department of PG Studies and Research in Sociology, Professor M. Gurulingaya, to deliver the introductory speech.
ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭೋದಯ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. So today, as you are all well know that the 14th National Sociology Conference is taking place in the great university, Kumpi University, Shinkaraghatta. So in the functions, as you are all well known that our Vice Chancellor of Kumpi University and President of today's function, Professor Virabhadra Prasad, is always kind enough to helping us to the organizing this 14th National Conference, and so he is always encouraging. Once again, on behalf of Sociology Association, I welcome you, sir. Then today's Professor Vian Bhatt, so he is a founder, KSA President, KSA Association in Kumpi Universities, and he has served in the Kumpi University as a professor and faculties, and he has given the great contribution to development of conference, and giving the big hands to Professor Vian Bhatt, sir. And Professor B.B. Mohanty is a professor and Dean of Social Science of Pondicherry Universities and well-known thinker and sociologist in India. So he is going to deliver the keynote address. So Professor R. Indira, as you are all well aware of that, is internationally scholar, reputed sociologist, and madam is with us. So he is the chief guest of today's function. So Professor Ramegowda is a senior faculty, senior professor in our department. He is also responsible for the building the department from last 30-35 years in Kumpi Universities. So once again, remembering him, and he is with us. And Dr. Shekhar, the secretary of our KSA, and also principal of Shikaripura First Year College, Shivamogga, and Professor Vinay Rajat, professor of Sociology in Mangalore University, and treasurer of our KSA. Then our Professor Chandrasekhar from Department of Sociology is my colleague, Professor Anjanappa, but all dignitaries on the dais, all dignitaries off the dais, and my friends and delegates from all over Karnataka, across Karnataka and all over India, and media friends, and all my ladies and gentlemen. So as today we are all witnessing the 14th National Sociological Conference. So this conference Just I'll take 1 or 2 minutes to brief how this conference is taking place. Because when, 13th conference took place in Karnataka University, Dharwad. So there, the faculty members and all our department council members, we thought of that, you see, we should organize in our great university uh, 14th National Conference. Accordingly, we approached Professor Virbhadrappa sir. She is very happily agreed, and also he announced, and I am with you. He assured us, and accordingly, he has immediately given a letter to submit the KSA, the general body meeting which took place in Dharwad. Then the submitted letter to. So for that, initially Professor Vidrappa sir ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಒಳಗುತ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಯಾರೂ ಕೊಡದಂತಹ, ಯಾರು ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡದಂತಹ, ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನಿಟರಿ ಸಪೋರ್ಟನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವೊಂದು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರೋಣ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ದೆನ್ ವಿ ಟುಕ್ ಚಾರ್ಜ್, KSA team, new team took charge in 6th of March 2020. After immediately we are taking charge, the lockdown announced. 2020 ಮಾರ್ಚ್ 8ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ನಾವು ಲಾಕ್ಡೌನ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಆಗ ನಾವು KSA ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಆಗೇನಾಯಿತು, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೋಷಾಲಜಿ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟೀಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಬೈ ದಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಇನ್ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್, ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯೇ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ತೀರ್ಮಾನಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ವು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಆಗ ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಾಯಿತು. EC ಮೀಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಯಿತು, ತುಂಬ ಗೊಂದಲ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕಾಳಚನ್ನೇಗೌಡರು ನಮ್ಮ ವೈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ KSA ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಅಂದರೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ ಆಫ್ಲೈನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಮಗೆ 2 ವರ್ಷ ಈ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಏನು ಈ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಿಂದಾಗಿ, ಲಾಕ್ಡೌನ್ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಾಗಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ನ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಅವರು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಇದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಂತ ಒಂದು ತೀರ್ಮಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಹಲವಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ಗಳು, ನಮ್ಮ KSA ಟೀಮ್ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಧಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಆದಾಗ ನಾವು ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ವಿ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್. ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಎನ್ಕರೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಹೆಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು. ಸೊ ಈ ಒಂದು ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಕೋವಿಡ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಕೋಇನ್ಸಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೋವಿಡ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಥೀಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ಕನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅದು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಸೋಷಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ರಿಯಲಿ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮೈನ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದ ಡಾಟಾ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗ್ಯಾಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇವತ್ತು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ವಿಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲೀನರಿ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಆರ್ಸಿಗಳು ನಡೀತಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಆರ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ದಿಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ is going to achieve really something which is very relevant to sociology for future generation. And also as a president of KSA, I would like to wish the further deliberation would definitely takes place very good manner ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇವತ್ತೇನು ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ KSA ಟೀಮ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ಗಳು, RC ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಅವರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ನಿನ್ನೆಯಿಂದ. ಸೊ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸು ಕಾರಣ ಹಲವಾರು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಇರ್ತವೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಹೇಗಿದೆಯೋ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಮಿಟಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಇದು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಮುಂದಿನ 2 ದಿನ ಡೆಲಿಬ್ರೇಷನ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇವತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು KSA ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾನು 2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸಿ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಬಾರಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಈ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
Thank you, Professor Gullingaya, sir. Light fade away darkness, light symbolize knowledge and wisdom. I now invite Professor V.N. Bhatt to inaugurate the conference by lighting the lamp. I request all the dignitaries on the stage to please step forward to join to illuminate this lamp lighting ceremony. Now I kindly request founder of Karnataka Sociology Association, former professor of Coimbatore University, visiting scholar, University of Houston, USA, to deliver the inaugural speech.
Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university and my longtime associate and colleague, Professor Veerabhadra, a known sociologist, the entire country, and today's keynote speaker, Professor B.B. Mohanty, another very long time associate, colleague, and someone who is so dear to me and to all other colleagues in sociology in Karnataka and elsewhere, Professor R. Indira, President of Karnataka Sociology Association, and a dear friend of mine, Professor Gurulingaya, as I favoritely call him, my younger brother, Professor of Sociology, Coimbatore University, and one of the founding members of Karnataka Sociology Association, Professor Ramegowda, Dr. Shekhar, one of my favorite students in Coimbatore University and a colleague of mine, Dr. Shekhar, General Secretary of Karnataka Sociology Association, Mr. K.T. Ramesh, President, Coimbatore University Sociology Teachers Association, which I am told has extended a very, very great helping hand to this conference. My esteemed colleagues in the Department of Sociology for a long time, Professor Panchaksharya had been my senior, and Dr. Chandrasekhar is right here, and various scholars, senior sociologists of this state and from elsewhere. I must tell you that I am beholden and overwhelmed. There's a reason for that. Coimbatore University had been my university for quite some time. I taught here for 17 years before I took my voluntary retirement from this university. And that's one reason that the 14th National Conference of Karnataka Sociology Association is being held. And this is the third time. The first, the 8th, and the 14th conferences have taken place in Coimbatore University. And as I said, I'm excited. I am overwhelmed and beholden to Karnataka Sociology Association. All my colleagues, I really don't want to extend it a little too much and don't want to make it very emotional, but coming to Coimbatore University Sociology Department is literally homecoming for me. All my colleagues extended their all possible cooperation, both at professional as well as personal level, to build up this department. And then associating myself here today as the inaugurator of this conference with Karnataka Sociology Association is another very, very personal moment for me. I remember those years of 1992-93, wherein Professor Rajshekhar and I, in Nehru Road, walking in the hot sun to register Karnataka Sociology Association. And there was no canteen for Coimbatore University then. And in the thatched roof canteen of Coimbatore University, Dr. Ramegowda and I sitting and vigorously discussing about this possibility. I must also remember one person who is not here with us now, Professor Leela Mulati. Professor Leela Mulati of Karnataka University has written a long letter to me when I invited all the seniors in sociology in Karnataka state. And that, in fact, that was very motivating, that letter. She said that this is a great attempt, but don't worry, this is going to be a failure, she said. It was a long letter. In fact, for a long time, that letter was pending in Karnataka Sociology Association's file. I don't know whether they have it yet. National Conference of Karnataka Sociology Association is exciting for me from that point of view. Dr. Somsekhar is here from Karnataka University. He and I very distinctly remember, somewhere in Shimoga, sat and discussed very vigorously again how to bring up this. And all those who have contributed, some are here and some are not here. But I must remember this, that Shri D.H. Shankaramurthy, then MLC, then later on he became higher education minister, comes home with his little Maruti car, 800 Maruti, and says, today we must collect this much of money for Sociology Association. Look at the spirit. Not a sociologist, not a sociology teacher. Professor P.V. Krishnabhat had been associated with us for the first conference of Karnataka Sociology Association in Shimoga, Kamala Nehru College. Various people. That's how when a good friend of mine from Bangalore asked me whether I remember him. I said, how can I forget this? And this is kind of emotional moment. So thank you very, very much, Karnataka Sociology Association, for giving me this opportunity to address you all as the inaugural speaker of this. Thank you. In fact, I was to speak, I'm given about 15 minutes, but I requested Honorable President of the function, maybe that he extends just a few more minutes, not many more minutes, so that I don't want to hinder. We are all waiting for the keynote address, obviously. This, and also it's written inaugural address. I was to speak extempo. I had just a few points. Day before yesterday, Professor Ramegoda called me and said, no, sir, you have to write up. We really would like to distribute it. I said, but I don't have a full-fledged research paper. He said, whatever it is, just write it up and give it to me in another how many hours? About 2 hours, he said. Do you know that's the kind of relationship that we have in Sociology Department and in Karnataka Sociology Association? Yes, I have an address now. I'm going to read it up. But while reading up, I also need to explain a few things. Like so many of you, I also had been kindly a victim of SARS virus, COVID-19, and I had to spend about a few days in Dubai before going to teach in USA. I taught also during teaching. The seminars there are very different, as you all know. So COVID has affected most of us, I guess, I suppose all of us, in some form or the other. We have an obligation. It's an obligated duty for us to think about after effects of COVID for society, for Indian society, for the communities in Karnataka. So what I shall do is, I shall just read out a few paragraphs, then try to explain my views on what possibly can happen in the field area of sociology, sociological research, and how we really, all of us, especially the younger ones, the researchers here and elsewhere, can take it further in a meaningful, positive way. I shall really try to do that. But before that, as a formality, I declare this two-day national seminar as open by inaugurating it. Do you know, all of us have one thing in common. I have something very common in you. That is, that you don't know what I'm going to speak. And I don't know what I'm going to speak either. That's a common thing that we have. Let's see. Let's really try to build up together what we can do, all of us together. It's going to be a teamwork. And sure, you all agree that. And also, they say, just to make it a little lighter before I go to some serious topics, it's also said often that light travels faster than sound, right? That's what the scientists say. Light travels faster than sound. Some people look absolutely bright before they really start speaking. So I think you must pardon me if I really do not meet the expectation. Let's see. Since early 2020, there has been an abundance of critically important research on COVID-19 from medical, epidemiological, and virological sciences, mostly published in health-related journals and also supported mostly by health development organizations or health-related institutions. While socio-cultural and socio-economic issues related to COVID-19 and its immediate and long-term impact have been mentioned in passing. Concrete studies, both empirical as well as theoretical or conceptual, have not emerged in sufficient numbers. The present national conference, I hope and aspire, paves way to fill this vital gap in knowledge construction on the global pandemic COVID-19. I also hope and aspire that there will be a very special emphasis on Indian society with a special reference to Karnataka society during the next 2 days proceedings. Since a few months, however, there seems to be an acute awareness of this fact. We all must realize this fact that yesterday there were 681 cases in the country. It may not be pandemic as of now, but still it's an endemic. Karnataka had 106, 105 or 106 cases yesterday. It is still a problem. And it's a problem of the community. I shall come to that in a minute. Since a few months, however, there seems to be an acute awareness of this fact. It is now realized that there is an urgent need for sociologists to engage theoretically and empirically on the social impact of issues related to COVID-19. Experiencing various degrees of social isolation and restrictions in areas like peer group formations, social gatherings, travel and tour, sport, shopping and marketing, and leisure activities have changed social life and so lifestyles in ways too numerous to mention here. Absence of going to work in the office, rushing to schools and colleges to meet teachers and friends, engaging in team activities in universities or clubs, or involving in social services and field-based NGO activities have had long-term impact on 2 generations, if not more, on 2 generations of population all over the world. Sociology has an obliged and obligated, as I said, responsibility to understand and analyze this astounding change factor. COVID-19 has affected global society irrespective of the state of affluence of nations. That's something very big. The world has faced 3 pandemics in 1918 to 1920, 1958, around 1958, and 1952, 53, and 1968, influenza. We all know that. But nothing to beat our such a close friend called SARS-2 virus. COVID had been very, very distinctly different from the earlier pandemics the group has faced. Something very interesting is, it is, as World Health Organization quite some time back said, it is not their problem, it is our problem for the whole world. All earlier pandemics have been, as they were named, something like Hong Kong flu or Asia influenza and all that kind of stuff. No, not anymore. So, we have come to a situation wherein affluent nations as well as the developing and the underdeveloped nations have faced the problem exactly or at least in similar fashion. In a twisted way, it proved Sartre's existentialism. I'm going back to 20th century, yes, but it's very interesting theoretically, conceptually too. You know Jean-Paul Sartre, existentialism? The basic idea is existence comes before essence. That means you have to exist. Humans exist first and then create meaning. That's exactly what has happened. Sartre said it 60 years back, 70 years back. And today, we face exactly the same situation. COVID pandemic has been here to exist for some more time. As I gave the simple statistics of the national as well as state statistics. This is time we really try to find out, once we have gradually started coming out of it, what can we really do to ourselves as well as our people, our clans, our community, our society, and to the globe. I also wonder whether it is time to relook at a few other basic tenets that we have believed. For example, Karl Marx. There is a European scholar just the other day, a scholar from France, has raised an interesting thing. He has developed a conceptual framework which talks about health versus wealth. It's not just the wealth, the Marxian premise that we talk about, and two classes and only two, as manifesto of the Communist Party says. No, it's health versus wealth. You may have a lot of, USA is a classic example. Very affluent society and had the largest number of COVID cases. China, the second biggest economy in the globe, still is fighting. Very large areas of thousands of hectares, places are under lockdown today, as of now. So it is this whole question of affluence and health really just does not matter somewhere. So this is the time wherein, as students of sociology, we look into some of these cases. Look at Indian case. India has fared considerably better compared to the developed West. It's very interesting. So these are some of the things that I think we must ask ourselves. This time, we as students of sociology go beyond the rhetoric of psychosomatic approach to medical sciences and public health concerns. It had been quite a fashion for the last 30, 40 years. All of us talk about psychosomatic. It's psychological as well as soma, body, physiological. No, I think we have to go much beyond that. I shall give you some concrete evidences of that in a minute. Let us inquire into factors such as values, normative structures, and belief systems which are purely sociological in nature, which can create havoc in the health status of society in spite of its level of affluence. Again, getting back, USA had enough of vaccines. United States of America, I was there in the peak of SARS virus. I was very much there for a few months. It had enough of vaccines. The health facilities is as good as anywhere in the world. In spite of that, it had a huge number of, still it has lots of COVID cases. Why? Basically because it is something to do with the value system, the belief system, the normative structures. An important area of our intellectual concern is the language and the vocabulary that influences both the scientific inquest and day-to-day thinking that has changed drastically after COVID. Popular sociological terms and phrases such as individualism, the death of society, self and other, others at risk, fear and hatred on the planet Earth, and now, of course, very popular concept, globalization, as different, distinctly different from globalization. These are the notions that have changed in the last 2 years, and sociology has to struggle with this new definition, new understandings of these very important terms. I mentioned about WHO, World Health Organization, talking about not their problem, but it's our problem. WHO has declared it. It is a problem which the globe is facing. It is not the Asian problem or the Chinese problem or the American problem. But that's a change. In common language also, look at the conversation that goes on during COVID and after COVID. Someone picks up the telephone and says, hey, you are still alive. Great news. That's something very interesting. People will become despair and they say, when will it all end? My goodness, they'll say. It is everywhere. Look at that. It is everywhere. No reason. Is it fake news or is it real news? The statistics, people would ask. Look at the conversation that goes on, which never happened at any time in the globe. It is not to say that societal concerns have been pushed under carpet during COVID-19 pandemic. Social media, in fact, have been buzzed with socio-economic and socio-cultural precincts that have been influenced negatively by the crisis. What seems to be lacking are the systematic studies bearing on this global health disaster on society and theorizing such effects for present analysis and generalization for future policy formations. Among plenty of social issues which have gained a significant amount of attention during this global crisis, inequality, revival of social values, and changes in daily life spaces deserve sociological attention as some of the core research topics. Yes, there had been research. It is not that in a post-COVID had been left alone with social scientists, sociologists included. I really tried to look into this, but I found a treadmill approach. We all know this, no? Treadmill, a kind of a treadmill approach to post-COVID sociological research. I have listed some of the studies right here. I really don't want to go into great details on each of these because I have something else to say. Impact of public health, especially on vulnerable populations, pregnant or lactating women and elderly and the children, and that was one area which has been somewhat researched. Impact on agriculture, industrial sector, banking and financial sectors. Impact on education, impact on children, impact on employability, especially of recent graduates. Impact on migrant workers, impact on tourism, travel and transport, impact on social inclusion and non-discrimination. These are some of the areas that I could find when as post-COVID sociological research themes. While these areas are significant in understanding the impact in its totality, these are all impact studies, mind you. All the ones that I listed are just impact studies. With these areas, while these areas are significant in understanding the impact in its totality, I propose that sociological studies need to move further from here and focus on theoretically more intense dimensions. In so doing, sociology as a discipline needs to team up with other social science disciplines. Some of the key sociological concepts since the emergence of COVID-19, such as fear, panic, crisis, and trust, need to be studied more intensely in understanding post-COVID societies. Some other important social issues that immediately come to my mind, and unwaveringly so, relate to inequality, revival of social values, and changes in daily life spaces. While approaching post-COVID communities as they come out of this corona catastrophe, these vital areas pose challenges to sociological research. They beg for pragmatic answers as well. Some themes, such as the following, for instance, may be considered for our keen examination. One such area is the new normal home. As students of sociology and teachers of sociology, we have been teaching about family, kinship, and all those organizations. Since Iravati Karve, we had been talking about this on kinship. But the kinship relations have changed now. Post-COVID, it is not the same. Family functions have changed. Not only in India, elsewhere also, but we are concerned with Indian society. Neighborhood concept, which disappeared in only metropolises and megalopolises, has changed also in villages, rural India. So it's interesting to understand the new normal home as a theme for post-COVID sociological research. The second one is gendering the pandemic, revisiting the domestic space. I need not say much on this at all. Domestic space has changed today. And media, advertisement, and changing forms of consumerism. Who is my best friend today? Mobile. And who is the best teacher that I have in a university or in a school or college? Google Guru. The whole thing has changed so considerably. And after COVID, this has become the closest that I can have to anyone for help is my mobile, my phone. Very interesting. And consumerism. Who feeds me? Swiggy. The best feeder is not my kitchen, it's Swiggy. The bell, you ring the bell and Swiggy. So it's very interesting. Learning process and COVID. There has been some work, sociological work, especially some friends in Delhi University have started some projects on this. Just the other day I was there with some of these friends. But school as a socializing agent, do we really have that? I don't know. Online teaching, it's negative, positive impact. Teacher as a model. Activities in schools and colleges. I'm not just talking about student elections, even otherwise. Lots of collective team activities. And now we have online learning. Whether we are online or we are off the line, I don't know, but it's the kind of school that we have. This really looks very important. Wage laborers in informal sector is another. Fear and the stigma is very important area for us to look into after COVID. Post-COVID, fear and stigma. I shall just give you a couple of examples. All of us have stigmatized a country on COVID. China, it's a China virus. That's how it has begun. China, that country that has brought in this catastrophe. Not only that, within the country, within our own country, some religious groups have been stigmatized. What happens with this kind of a stigma that we have? There are prejudices, there are biases, and stigmatization process, very sociological in nature. Frame of office and the whole idea of work from home is yet another area. Modern society very clearly distinct as compared to agrarian society, industrial society, the modern society, and even the postmodern society has very clearly distinguished between work, place, and home. And now we have work from home. Some people make it work for home. That's a different thing. Otherwise, work from home. Look at this. Very interesting topic. I think we must indulge in. I can go on and on. I also have an interesting thing. Now, earlier I used to have a kerchief. Do you know what I have now? A mask. And I was suggesting someone that it's an interesting idea sociologically to research on the concept of beauty, face mask, and the notion of beauty. Another very vital area is ecosystem. This pandemic has altered the idea of environment. People's movements have gone. Now it's not just the tours and travels and transport that has been affected. Lots of people's movements concerning ecosystem have gone. And lastly, and very, very importantly for me, the sociology researchers must look into this area of intergroup conflicts, lockdowns, curfews, and societal violence. Post-COVID research should concentrate on this. There is yet another significant area that calls for our attention. I call it testing of some theories. We all know that much before COVID-19, there had been, as postmodern societies really started unfolding, from modern to postmodern, a lot of theorists, sociologists basically, and other social scientists started thinking about risk theories, modernization and risk. And some theories have caught my attention. Era of Insecurity by Bauman. During 1990s, several essays, then as a collected work, Bauman has talked about social risk and modern societies. And Professor Beck, Ulrich Beck, the German scholar, has talked about risk society. I think that is, again, it's a series of articles to come with, and then got translated, and Sage also has brought in an English version in India on Ulrich Beck. During 1990s, he talked about a paradigm shift in modern societies with risk as a very important element in society. People just don't know what's happening, what will happen tomorrow, and there's always a risk involved in it because of technology and various other things. And Anthony Giddens, all of us learn and teach Anthony Giddens, and Professor S.L. Hiremati is right here. Some of the things that I really don't want to prolong, but together both of us at Brisbane heard Professor Anthony Giddens, right? And both of us sat together and we heard in Australia, Anthony Giddens has developed something called culture of anxiety and existential anxiety. In fact, he talked about existential anxiety then. And it's a wonderful work. Some of these theories are culture of digital risk societies is one of those theories that is just emerging, started by two UK researchers in 2016, and between 2016 and 2020, just before the emergence of COVID, there had been some major interesting work on digital risk society. Some of these theories must be tested, and one can go on. I have a list of these that can be really tested in Indian situation, in rural India, rural Karnataka. I think it will be quite interesting. What kind of risk are we really facing after COVID? As sociologists in post-COVID India, our challenges are trying, but opportunities are abundant. We are on a slippery ground, yes, but at the same time, let's make it as for India. I think more needs to be done concretely in terms of concept formation and theory building, research methodology, including techniques of data interpretation, generalization in a relevant and applicable communication style of policy guidelines, and the like. A small attempt in this direction of indigenizing social sciences in India has started in Pune in 2008. I was one of the founding, one of the very early members of that. And today, it has come to a position wherein it can sit with Niti Aayog, the Planning Commission, to talk about social sciences in India, indigenization. That's precisely what's happening. In about 20 days back or so, there had been a 3-day discussion on this in Delhi. Delhi University has invited some members of Niti Aayog, and a few of us were there. I was there for 3 days just to discuss indigenization of social sciences, including sociology. I think that needs to be done. In conclusion, is it time? Can we take another 2-3 minutes? In conclusion, sociological approach to post-COVID challenges should realize that 1, physical risks are always created and affected in social systems. 2, magnitude of the physical risk is a direct function of the quality of social relations and social processes. And 3, the primary risk is that of social dependency upon institutions and actors, doctors, nurses, paramedicals, and all that, who may be alien and inaccessible to most people at risk. I spoke for the last several minutes in English. I must translate myself in just a few sentences in Kannada. ನಾನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘದ 14ನೇ ಅಧಿವೇಶನವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸ್ತಾ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪವೂ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಇದ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅದು ಅನಾಹುತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೇನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆ ಕನ್ನಡ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತು, ನಾವು ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಆಂಗ್ಲ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ ನಂತರ ಶುದ್ಧ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವ ಆಂಗ್ಲ ಭಾಷಾ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅನೇಕರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನಂತರದ ಸಮಯ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಹುಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡಿವೆ. ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು, ಹೊಸ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು. ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸು ನರ್ಸಸ್ಸು ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನ ಬಗೆಹರಿಸುವಂತಹದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳೇನಿರ್ತವಲ್ಲ, ಕುಟುಂಬ ಇರಬಹುದು ಅಥವಾ ವಿವಾಹ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಆ ಥರದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕರಣ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳೇನಿರ್ತವ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬರೀತಾರೋ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆಳವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗೋದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನು ಅಧ್ಯಯನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಜನರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿನೇ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಒಂದು ಧ್ಯೇಯವಾಕ್ಯ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಓ ನನ್ನ ಚೇತನ ಹಾಗೂ ನೀ ಅನಿಕೇತನ. ಮನೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದವನಾಗುವಂತ ಅನಿಕೇತನ, ಮನೇನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಜೊತೆಗಿರುವಂತ, ಸಮಾಜದ ಜೊತೆಗಿರುವಂತ. ನಾವು ವಿಶ್ವಪಥವನ್ನ, ಮನುಜ ಮತವನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಾರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಜನರ ಜೊತೆಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಜನರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಜನರನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಸೈದ್ಧಾಂತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಆಳುವ ಮಂದಿ ಏನಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಕೇವಲ ತಲುಪಿಸೋದಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದಾಗಬೇಕು. ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಾಗಲಿ. ಸಾರಿ ಫಾರ್ ದೋಸ್ ಹೂ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ, ಹೂ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ವರ್ಸ್ಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಕನ್ನಡ. I became a little emotional and I thought I shall say a few sentences in Kannada. What we really need to do is to insist on it. That's precisely what we must do. And these 2 days deliberations, I'm sure, will pave way to this insistence. A research which is systematic, a research which is methodical, a research which is oriented to community, that I think will result after 2 days. And I shall be with you, learning all your ideas. As a student of sociology for the next 2 days, I'm sure I have a great thing, lot to learn, and I hope all of us will be more productive, richer by this conference. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Professor V.N. Bhatt, for your scholarly speech. You have highlighted the impact of COVID-19 on society and the role of sociologists in the post-pandemic period. And you have also, highlighted some of the research areas such as affluence and health, individualism and pandemic, localization, globalization, fake news and real news, present policy and future policy, such as. So thanks a lot, sir. So now I would like to call on outstanding scholar and being invited at many conferences and seminars as scholarly person, a man with versatile knowledge on different areas of sociology, Professor of Sociology at Pondicherry University, Professor B.B. Mohanty, for keynote address.
Thank you so much. Very good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kuveempu University, Professor Veerabhadrappa, the keynote speaker of today's event, the inaugural speaker, Professor Bhatt, chief guest of this inaugural function, Professor R. Indira, the past president of Indian Sociological Society, the president of Karnataka Sociological Association, Professor Gurulingaya, the Secretary Professor Chandrasekhar, Organizing Secretary Professor Chandrasekhar and Secretary Professor Sekhar, and Dr. Anjanappa, and the Secretary of President of Karnataka KMP University Sociology Teachers Association, Professor Ramesh, distinguished resource persons, distinguished delegates, and many senior professors. Many known faces are there, but difficult to take all the names. The faculty, students, and staff of KMP University, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I am thankful to the Karnataka Sociological Association and its executive body, and particularly the President and Secretary for giving me this opportunity here. I am really greatly honored and privileged to be here to deliver the keynote address on the occasion of 14th National Sociology Conference of Karnataka Sociology Association. I know Karnataka Sociological Association is one of the vibrant regional sociological associations of the country. Often in Indian Sociological Society meetings, we refer to Karnataka Sociological Association as a kind of model. And they have a very rich tradition and long history, and really I am honored to be here on this occasion. The theme of the seminar, the theme of the conference, that reconstructing society in post-COVID-19 India, challenges and opportunities for sociology. It's a very well thought out theme, very well conceptualized, and very challenging theme. And already Professor Bhatt, who delivered the inaugural address, he covered many key aspects, and most of the things which I was to speak, he has already covered there. Anyway, I will not repeat them, but I will also draw some of his points. My presentation, in my presentation, I will cover basically 4 major aspects very briefly. First, I will talk about COVID pandemic as a social crisis. Then I will present my ideas on the relationship between social crisis and sociology. Then India's COVID experience. Then fourthly, I will talk about Indian sociological writings on COVID pandemic. Then in the end, I will give my concluding remarks. This is what the order of my presentation. So firstly, COVID pandemic to me is a kind of social crisis. I will read out some of the things. Mostly I will read out the worldwide spread of COVID pandemic unleashed a widespread colossal devastation in terms of The worldwide spread of COVID pandemic unleashed a widespread colossal devastation in terms of loss of human lives and livelihoods and disruption of economic and social order, which is unprecedented in the history of mankind. Whether termed as a civilizational crisis, crisis of capitalism, crisis of modernity, or crisis of globalization, it presents the profoundest social crisis of our times, as it affected not only the socio-economic lives of vast mass of population, but also challenge the very basis of human interaction and relationship in the family, neighborhood, community, and workspace. Physical isolation caused by the lockdowns has impacted social relationships, social interaction, and shed lights on deep-rooted social norms all over the world, including India, and that is why I term it as a social crisis at the kind of deepest level. Many new terms are in use, as it was pointed out by Professor Bhatt. Curiously, a sociological term, social distance, was repurposed for the practice of maintaining enough physical distance and wearing a mask considered as a substitute for social distance. It seems familiar sociological theories and methodologies seem inadequate to explain this situation. The leading sociologist, Randall Collins, rightly raises the questions: what happens when the normal conditions of social interaction formulated by Durkheim and Goffman and formally stated as the theory of interaction rituals change are sharply disrupted? Does everything in the theory disappear and human social life takes on an entirely new form, operating by different causal mechanisms? Or do we find which variables and processes are stronger than others and which ones are replaceable and which are not? According to Collins, this pandemic provided a natural experiment in two respects. Firstly, it has restricted ordinary face-to-face interaction by mandating mask and social distancing, weakening the cues ordinarily used in interaction rituals. And secondly, it has substituted remote interactions by electronic media for many forms of coordinated work. Thus, we can test how people have reacted to these changes when the ingredients of interactions are prohibited or curtailed, and what happens to social solidarity and social emotions. When electronic media are substituted, what aspects of remote interaction affect which details of interaction process and with what effects? So these are actually larger questions, both at the conceptual as well as theoretical level. Put it precisely, this crisis has far-reaching implications for sociology and raises several issues for sociological imagination. As observed by Munir Saidani, we need not only more medical labs but also sociological labs. So then I will talk very briefly about the relationship between social crisis and sociology. History tells us that sociology always rises to the occasion of collective crisis and learns from them. Sociology emerges out of crisis and in response to crisis-led changes or change-led crisis. Sociological theories, whether it is classical, modern, or postmodern, took their shapes and form from the social crisis and changes that followed them. With the social change that preceded industrial revolution, first in England and later on the continent, and the French Revolution, which marked the end of social and political system, emerged the Comte's new science of society, which was a distillation of the Enlightenment ideas of progress, change, and escape from static conception of the world that characterize religious thought. The structural changes in the mode of production, with industrial production replacing agriculture and the factory replacing the manor, led to the emergence of Marxian and Durkheimian theories of social change. Changes of locus residence from community of villages to the society of cities made sociologists like Tonis, Park, and Lin to theorize these changes. Changes in the form of social organization that characterize growing rationalization of society stimulated Max Weber to develop theories on bureaucracy and religious rationality. Later, Modern sociological theories were developed in response to the changes and the social crisis that was generated after the Second World War with the end of colonialism, racism, emergence of nation states, and changes in technology, mass communication, and interaction. While in some theoretical schools, centrality of change was studied in relation to basic societal needs that were defined in functional terms, in other in terms of conflicts, devoting attention to the tension between order and change. The subsequent postmodern developments came into existence in response to the crisis of modernity. As Jürgen Habermas puts, what is unique to sociology is that it retains a focus on society and its transformation. What emerges from this brief discussion is the idea of social crisis and social change as an essential inspiration for sociology. Sociology has derived its inspiration from this crisis and changes. So as sociology emerges from social crisis and is being shaped by them, the social crisis that followed COVID pandemic offers an opportunity to the sociologists to reflect on their established conceptual, theoretical, and methodological traditions. James O. Jean, in 2020, he notes, the pandemic is an excellent opportunity to examine how everyday life and engagement and experience and how sociocultural knowledge, institutional setup, and material resources shape the responses and also to unearth social conditions and power relations which have normalized social practices to find solution to new challenges. Jeffrey Alexander and Philip Smith, in their editorial piece of the American Journal of Cultural Sociology, remarked, quote, "We will likely be entering a new phase in which the threat is increasingly routinized, managed, and taken for granted even as it fluctuates. We have reached the end of beginning. We have reached the end of the beginning. New conventions, rituals, images, and narratives will no doubt emerge. So there will be more work for sociology before we get into the beginning of the end," unquote. This is an opportunity more for Indian sociology, which is thirsting long for indigenous concepts, theories, and methods to explain the complex Indian social realities embedded in unequal caste, class, gender relations with entrenched rural, urban, and regional differences. As different sections of society were impacted differently by this social crisis, depending on their social location and economic status, which varies across the regions. Comprehending this complex situation, the social reconstruction that follows it, and the experiences of various social segments is a very challenging task for sociology at the global level and more particularly at the level of India. So now I will present something about India's COVID experience, which has already been narrated by Professor Watt, and I will cut short some of the things and very key points I will share with you. You know, when we talk of the India's COVID experience, we have limited evidences, limited studies as he pointed out, and also limited data. And for any kind of macro level data, we look at our census reports or National Sample Survey Organization reports, NSSO reports. But in future, the 2021 census report, definitely it will reflect the COVID situation, and also the forthcoming NSSO reports that also will give some kind of insights and some evidences on various dimensions of impact of COVID pandemic on different segments of India's population. So we have these constants, but there are some writings and some newspaper clippings and some commentaries are also available on COVID experience, and I will share some of these things from these available reports and studies. Though this pandemic was experienced world over, the India's experience is different due to its exceptional social structure, historical background, initial development conditions, and large regional diversities. It has posed unique challenges to India due to its large population and high rates of poverty, deplorable health infrastructures, poor socio-economic conditions, inadequate social protection systems, limited access to water, sanitation and other basic facilities, as well as inadequate living space arrangements, particularly in urban locations. For quite long some time, we halted the international travel and closed the state borders, and the domestic travel also we stopped. And India, in fact, actually witnessed one of the world's severest national lockdowns. The overcrowded living spaces and limited, often shared water and sanitation facilities in cities like Delhi and Mumbai made life very miserable. The challenges are reinforced by the fact that a large share of population make their living through informal sectors or self-employment without any health or social protection, as a result of which informal enterprises and wage laborers faced daunting challenges. India's working class migrants were stranded in cities. Though this pandemic has affected all segments of society, it is particularly damaging to the vulnerable sections, vulnerable social groups, including people living in poverty, aged persons, persons with disabilities, and youths. Many households slipped in and out of poverty, facing food insecurity and having no sources of income. The returned migrant workers back to their rural homes worsened the scenario. The plight endured by the migrant laborers in urban cities, which was actually one of the most distressing situations caused by the lockdown. The lockdown forced these laborers to take perilous long journey back to their rural villages. Desperate to return home to their villages, they began to walk home. Some of them died also on the way. According to the World Bank estimate, which was made in 2021, the pandemic led to 97 million more people being in poverty in 2020, of which 58 million was from South Asia and major share is from India. Border closures, trade restrictions and confinement measures prevented farmers from accessing markets, including for buying inputs and selling their produce, and agricultural workers from harvesting crops. The analysis of the World Bank in 2020, based on the survey data in major states like Jharkhand, Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, reveals how widespread and severe was the impact of this crisis on different segments of the population, particularly with regard to employment and consumption. There was an interesting piece in EPW in 2022 written by Asim Prakash and Bokar. They argue how institutions in the realm of state, market and civil society interacted and created conditions of precarity unique to pandemic. The health emergency and temporary moratorium on the economic activities not only created unprecedented resolution, but also pre-existing structural inequalities enfeebled economic resilience and severed socio-economic disadvantages. Drawing on empirical research with migrant populations, Priya Desinger, who is a kind of very well-known migrant studies expert, she identifies 4 interlinked issues critical to migration crisis in the wake of COVID-19. Those are labor markets segmentation by caste, class and gender, then inaccessibility of urban housing and services that challenge the urban survival, differential access to documentation which shapes the hierarchies of citizenship, and ineffective data that lets migrants slip through the gaps of welfare provision. You know, India's middle class, which constitute nearly 25% of the population, and they are largely concentrated in the urban segments or urban sector, and they have a kind of distinct experience from that of the migrant workers or wage laborers. The middle class actually, who occupy a privileged social place with a roof over their heads and a reasonably secure income, in the absence of domestic help and the closure of schools, daycare programs for children and workplaces, they had different experiences in a day-to-day life. The domestic chores, cooking, child care and care of other dependents fell on the family, and that too in the context of prevailing norms on women. Devi Prasad and his associates in another piece in EPW, which was published in Economic and Political Weekly, which was published in 2022, found increased food consumption and relationship-oriented conversation followed by an increase in women's responsibility in the context of work from home. Actually, the consumerism was on its height during kind of a COVID pandemic time, particularly by the middle class, which Professor Bhatt was referring. You know, you must have seen many people, they were sharing actually their experiences through WhatsApp and in the social media, and which was actually giving a kind of evidences about their experiences, day-to-day experiences. The pandemic actually disrupted the existing ways in which people go about their day-to-day lives. Restrictions on mobility and the fear of contagion significantly affected food habits and eating out, resulting in food cooking at home and a sharp spike in the internet traffic for searches. Lockdown invariably increased middle class population's digital consumption. Stuck at home with the outdoor life almost completely shut off, a majority shifted to digital devices, computers, tablets, or smartphones for work, learning, and connecting. The use of print and digital media, the telephone, video call conversations to connect with the outside world, and the traffic on Facebook, YouTube, Netflix, and TikTok increased. Several online surveys in India showed that the use of cell phones and computers among the office workers and students increased dramatically. There are actually statistics available also, but how far it is believable, we cannot discuss now. During this lockdown period, actually, we have very interesting kind of statistics, online data on the use of this, enhanced use of these cell phones and laptops and computers. With digital super saturation, the ubiquity of mobile smartphones use was increased. Actually, all of us, we have heard that we advise each other that be on mobile. That was the only kind of the 3 words, be on mobile, and that was the punchline. That during that the peak time, as Greenfield observed, for many of us, smartphones are last thing we look at before going to sleep each night, and first thing we reach for upon waking. Sociologists like Georgian argued that too much screen time and online presence eroded the in-depth of face-to-face relationships by erasing physical presence of individuals, thus creating an absence presence situation during pandemic. However, as I told you in the beginning, this pandemic has a kind of differential impact on various categories of population, and this has in fact provided an opportunity for the disaster capitalist to flourish. The increased use of computers, laptops, electronic gadgets, and also dependence on online services, even for food, that actually led the corporates to reap the benefits of this social crisis or of this situation. And you know, it was reported by Oxfam, you must be knowing, it was highlighted in the electronic media, The income of 84% of households in the country declined in 2021, and and parallelly, at the same time, the number of Indian billionaires grew from 102 to 142. It is the report revealed by Oxfam, pointing to a stark income divide worsened by the COVID pandemic. Oxfam analysis also indicated while the 10 richest men doubled their fortunes during pandemic, the income of vast majority of the population amounting more than 90% of humanity of the country actually it fell. So point actually I want to highlight that the inequality which inherited from the past, it actually got widened and sharpened during this COVID pandemic time, and it had a kind of different kind of implications and experiences for our different segment of population, which calls for serious sociological analysis and investigation. So now I will talk about Indian sociological writings on COVID. Lots of sociological writings have come up recently at the global level, as was pointed out by Professor Bhatt. Journals like Journal of Sociology, Current Sociology, American Journal of Cultural Sociology brought out special issues on COVID pandemic. Though some sociological writings are available on India, they are mostly in the form of commentaries and discussion notes, reflecting largely the experiences of the lockdown period. Sociologists have engaged more in reflective commentaries on certain problematic aspects of the pandemic rather than conducting empirical examinations of the conditions and directions thereof. On popular social media sites such as Twitter, for example, many of them routinely make proclamations about pandemic-related issues, especially on matters of state policy. Although these musings come from professionally employed sociologists, they are not based on any firm data or serious research analysis. Furthermore, several published writings on pandemic exist as commentaries in short essay form on blogs and websites rather than as a full-fledged research articles, based on which it is difficult to generalize and theorize or arrive at any kind of definite conclusion. However, the available writings, sociological writings, subscribe to the view that pandemic has affected different sections of the population, and more particularly the migrants and the wage laborers and the poor residing in the urban locations. Current Sociology carried a piece on India written by Bhavana Joshi and Pradeep Sarnekar based on media content analysis. This article shows how new hierarchies have emerged with reinforcement of traditional myths and superstitions leading to different kind of discriminations and disparities. We had a kind of the pre-existing structural inequalities in the context of the pandemic effects. She argues that new questions are asked, new concepts emerge, and new methods of investigation of social were articulated. We need to revisit the distinction between our common sense perceptions and sociological perspectives. To her, the terms like new normal hides more than it reveals. It renders invisible structural operations and highlights adjustments to new norms, such as practicing physical distancing, wearing masks, washing hands, staying home, and so on. The challenge for sociology, according to her, is that these preconceptions are capable of holding sway over the mind, substituting themes for things. In fact, we need to conceptually engage with the old debates whether inequalities emerge in exchange relations or are embedded in production relations. In response to Chaudhary, other scholars, they also wrote, indicating that crises such as COVID pandemic, COVID-19, challenge us to understand the limits of disciplinary chauvinism and cultivate a transdisciplinary sociology with greater collaboration and communication with economics, politics, philosophy, ethics, and spirituality, among others. So it is argued that we need to bring both structure and culture, agency and structure together in non-reductive and open ways. It is also pointed out that there is a limit to the existing lines of sociological inquiry, and all of them, they suggested for a new breakthrough in sociology. So therefore, in-depth studies linking pre with post-pandemic situation are needed to explain changes and understand the emerging social processes. And we need to understand the emerging macro and micro social processes to explain the social consequences of this profound social crisis. Instead of parroting the Western experiences and their trends, we need to focus on our complex and diverse experiences. At the macro level, we need to analyze the emerging relationship between state, society, and market, and explain how does neoliberalism addresses the need of welfareism and the demands of democratic politics in the context of this social crisis. At the micro level, we have to document the everyday experiences and engagement of different categories of the population, especially underprivileged and disadvantaged sections in the sphere of family, neighborhood, and community. How does their social network, their access to information limits or promotes their social interaction and well-being? It warrants sociological attention. So I think I will come to the end part of my presentation. So in a nutshell, this is an opportunity to develop indigenous sociology to understand our situation and our experience. We need to highlight sociology's contribution in forming a public sphere, what Habermas was emphasizing, through critical narratives which will provide a useful ground for reconstruction of the society. We require a kind of sociology which brings sociology into a conversation with public. COVID pandemic, true, it is a profound social crisis of our times, and as different sections of society were impacted differently by this crisis, comprehending the situation and explaining the social reconstruction that is following it and documenting the experiences of various social categories is a very challenging task for all the sociologists. However, we have an opportunity which is unique to reflect on our practices and to develop concepts and theorize these changes and complex situations which are embedded in kind of caste, class, gender relations with large regional variations. It does not mean that the wisdom of the past masters, it doesn't mean that the wisdom of the past masters of social theory should be neglected, nor that knowledge gained from social research or the insights about social organizations arrived at through the study of social theory, history should be ignored. It does mean that the ultimate justification of all these endeavors is to contribute to optimal design of the constructed social organization of the future. Empirical as well as theoretical analysis are required, linking both pre and post-pandemic situation to conceptualize and to develop new methodological tools and also to engage with the theories which have developed in the West and also the ideas which are also coming from the West, which Professor Bhatt also was indicating very briefly. We need to build up a new sociology, which is public sociology, as conceptualized by Michael Borue, to bring sociology into a conversation with the publics that will provide a good ground for the reconstruction of a just and fair society. So I am quoting James S. Coleman, the very famous sociologist of rational choice theory, quote, "The construction of society will go on with or without sociologists. It is the task of sociologists to aid in that construction, to bring to it the understanding of social processes, to ensure that this reconstruction of society is not naive." So I am sure the next 2 days deliberations will throw light on many of these issues and will come up with useful kind of contribution and suggestions to better understand this crisis and the consequences that we are following, and also provide useful inputs for the reconstruction of the society. Thank you for your patient hearing. I wish the seminar conference a grand success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor B.B. Mohanty. So, Professor Mohanty has given an elaborative, thought-provoking speech citing on pandemic as a social crisis and relationship between social crisis and sociology, and Indian COVID experiences and sociological crisis on COVID. So, and he has also highlighted only limited study has been conducted on this COVID, this one. So, in future, so more and more studies should come up. Thank you, sir. So now we are excited to hear some words by our today's chief guest. So I kindly request past president of Indian Sociological Society and visiting professor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, chair, Mysore University, and a well-known sociologist and recipient of many awards, Professor R. Indira, to address the audience.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸಭೆಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ವೀರಭದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅವರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಭಾಂಗಣದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, I'll be very brief. I hope I will not cross 5 to 7 minutes. That's the target. Before I start, I want to bring to you greetings from Professor Abha Chauhan, the President of Indian Sociological Society, and Professor Manish Verma, the Secretary, who have asked me to convey their greetings to the conference and wish it all the best. Thank you. ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ವಿ ಎನ್ ಭಟ್ ಅವರು, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮೊಹಾಂತಿ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೇನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಶೇರ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು ಸಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ our responsibilities as students of sociology during this time. ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ನ ಥೀಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಪ್ರಮುಖ ವಿಚಾರಗಳಿದೆ. ಒಂದು, ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಆಸ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಬರೀ ಕೋವಿಡ್ನ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಟ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಈಸ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಫೇಸಿಂಗ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಟುಡೇ. ಅದು ಯಾವ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನಗಳನ್ನು, ಧೋರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥೈಸುವ ರೀತಿ, ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಿಸುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಅಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಸೊ ಕಳೆದ 2-3 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂಥೆಂಥ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳು ನಡೆದು ಹೋಯಿತು, ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳೇನು, ಅವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ವಿಷಯ. ನಾನು ಮತ್ತದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನೌ ದ ರಿಯಲ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ. Because I think that there are lots of expectations from sociology, not just from the community of sociologists, but from public as well. ಒಂದು ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ಸೋದು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, what we have to now do, the biggest challenge is to make sociology itself included. included in policy, included in many of those rebuilding measures that we are doing. ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕನೂ ಸೇರಿದಂತೆ ದೇಶದ ಅನೇಕ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆನಿ ಕಮಿಟೀಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೀನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟೆಡ್, ಮೆನಿ ಪಾಲಿಸೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ planned, some of them have even reached the stage of enactment to rebuild lives and livelihoods after what COVID did. But ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಪ್ರಾತಿನಿಧ್ಯ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. This is something that I have come to know. I said with what little I know. ಆದರೆ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟಿದ್ರೂ ನಾನಾ ರೀತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜನ್ನು, ನಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವಗಳನ್ನು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ನಮಗಿದ್ರೂ ಅನ್ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ not really visible in social policy. So I suppose one of the biggest challenges for sociology in contemporary times itself to make ourselves included, ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅದು ಒಂದು. ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ, ನಾನು ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಟ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡೂ. ನಾನು ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ರೋ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲೂ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟಿವ್ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತಲೂ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ನೌ ದ ಟೈಮ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕಮ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ನೋ ಬಡಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಡನ್ ಇಟ್, ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಐ ಮೇ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ misinterpreted, but I think the need of the hour is to undertake micro studies, group wise, region wise, and also bring out the impact of COVID on this society from different perspectives. ಈಗ ನೀವು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಇಂಟರ್ಸೆಕ್ಷನಾಲಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪದ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. we need to look at any phenomenon, not just COVID, from an intersectionality perspective ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಬಹುಮುಖಿ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನದಿಂದ, ವಿಭಾಗೀಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನದಿಂದ, ಅಂತರ್ಶಿಸ್ತೀಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನದಿಂದ ನಾವು ನೋಡಬೇಕಂತ. ಸೊ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಅಂದರೆ, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೈ ಪರ್ಸೆಪ್ಷನ್, ಬಿ ಇಟ್ ಮೈಗ್ರೇಷನ್, ಲಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಒನ್ ಆರ್ ಬೋತ್ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್, impact of gender, class, caste, location, ಅಥವಾ alternate living schooling arrangements for lives, livelihoods shattered by COVID. ಮತ್ತು ಹೇಗೆ social networks they got severely disturbed because of the lockdown. And we also need to undertake now special studies on the impact of the pandemic on elderly, LGBTQ plus community, sex workers, and many more of these. ಸೊ ಈ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಅಧ್ಯಯನಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿಸೋದಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮೊಹಾಂತಿ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಪದ ಬಳಸಿದ್ರು. ಈಗ ತುಂಬ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟೀಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್? ಅದೇನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಟು ಬ್ರಿಂಗಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಕೆಲಸ ಈಗ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಟೈಮ್, ಸೊ ಡೋಂಟ್ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಟಾಕ್ ಮೋರ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಇಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್ ಇನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ, ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆನ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ, ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತಂದರೆ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಸ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್, ಇಫ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರೈಟ್ಲಿ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ಸ್. ಮತ್ತು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನಾನೇನು ಹೇಳೋದಂದರೆ, ಸಿ ದ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಫೋರಮ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ತರ್ತಾನೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ಜಾಬ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಇದು ಬರೀ ಅದೊಂದು ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಫೋರಮ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಫೋರಮ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದ ನ್ಯೂ ಜಾಬ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ಆರ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್. ನೀವು ಕೆಲವು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ದ ಡಿಸಪಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಜಾಬ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಪದ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೊಸ ಜಾಬ್ಸು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕೋವಿಡ್ನಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಖುಷಿ ಪಡೋ ಆ ಅರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಜೀವನಾಧಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಮುರಿದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಂಥ ಈ ಕೋವಿಡ್ಡು ಹೊಸ ಉದ್ಯೋಗಾವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ಅಂಥದ್ದು ಕೆಲವು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳು ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನು ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು. ಈಗ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಪದ ಬಳಸಿದ್ರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮೊಹಾಂತಿ ಅವರು. ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, our sociology is not just academics. It should go into the public sphere, the public domain. ನಾವು ಏನು ಬರಿತೀವಿ, ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯಾವ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹರಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅದು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮೂಲಕ, ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಜನರನ್ನು ತಲುಪಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಎಸ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ. ಸೊ ಹೊಸ ಉದ್ಯೋಗಗಳು ಯಾವುದು, ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೇರ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತನಾಡುವಂಥ, ಜನಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಬೆರೆಯುವಂಥ, ಜನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಧೈರ್ಯ ತುಂಬುವ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಟಾಕ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆಲ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಅದೊಂದು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಅದು. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಅಂತೂ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು ಇವಾಗ. ಅದನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸೇ ದಟ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೇ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಅನೇಕ ಕಡೆ ಮುಚ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ತುಂಬ ನೋವಿನಿಂದ. ಅದು ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ದ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಇಸ್ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ಅವರ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ನಾವು make it relevant to what is happening in the world around us, and everybody knows that very well. Adake we have to revisit our syllabus, we have to revisit pedagogy, and we have to revisit the way we are training our students, because they have those innate talents. ಹೊಸದಾಗ ನಾವೇನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ a question of building those talents and preparing them for using those new opportunities. ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿ, ನನಗೆ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗ ಹೊಸದೇನಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಭಟ್ ಅವರು ಹೋಮ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಪ್ರಾಯಶಃ BOE BOSನ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಮೊದಲು ನಾನು ನನಗೆ ನೆನಪಿದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಹೌ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ದೇರ್. ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಫಾರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಮೀ ದಿಸ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಅಂದರೆ ಟು ಮೀಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಆರ್ ಡಿಯರ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫ್ರೆಟರ್ನಿಟಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you, Professor R. Indra, for your stimulating speech. Your comments were especially helpful to us. So now I'm requesting Professor B.B. Mohanty, Professor V.N. Bhatt, and Professor R. Indra to occupy the chair for felicitation. Professor B.B. Mohanty, Professor of Sociology, Central University, Pondicherry, is the editor of Sociological Bulletin, a prestigious journal of sociology, worked on agrarian economy, and we are lucky to have him here today as keynote speaker. Sir, please occupy the seat. Professor R. Indra, who has produced generations of sociology scholars and first Kannadiga who occupy the Indian Sociological Society President, now visiting Professor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Chair. So we'll be honored for her human services to sociology. Professor V.N. Bhatt, Professor of Sociology, served in the Department of Sociology, Coimbatore University, and visiting scholar of University of Houston, USA. He is the founder of Karnataka Sociological Association. We all proud that under KSA banner we are assembled here because of his initiative and vision. Now I request our Vice Chancellor, Professor B.P. Veerabhadrappa sir, to occupy the chair for felicitation. So all the dignitaries, please. Professor B.P. Veerabhadrappa sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, who has blended both academic and administration, has shown interest, lot of interest in the event. Yesterday, he had come to this venue to see the arrangements, which is rare actually. He is the pillar of strength for our organization. ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಮಹೋನ್ನತವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ನಡೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ B.P. ವೀರಭದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಕರತಾಡನದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘ ಎನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮುಂದುವರಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್, ತಮಗೆ ಹತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಅಭಿವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನೀಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ISSನ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವ ಹಾಗೆ MN ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಅವರವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಿಂದ ಮೊದಲ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ISSನ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಂದಿರಾ ಅವರು ಎರಡನೇ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ವಿಷಯ ಅದು. I am very much delighted to invite Honorable Vice Chancellor of Coimbatore University, Professor Veerabhadrappa sir, to deliver the presidential address.
I remember my teachers of sociology used to teach us that sociology is the mother of all social sciences, including economic science. I go back to my memory of McIver and Page, Emily Durkheim. Society is a network of social relationships. Society is a web of social relationships. Everybody do have the individual identity crisis, that's what Emily Durkheim talks about. Today is a great day for Kuvempu University. As Vice Chancellor of this great university, I feel greatly honored amidst the galaxy of sociology scholars. All sociology scholars on the stage and in front of me also, all of you. I remember all of you do enjoy that position, or equivalent to my position. Many of my seniors are also very much here. I complete the formality of congratulating my sociology department, Professor Ramegowda and his team, Professor Gurlingaya, Professor Chandrasekhar, Professor Anjanappa. All of you have done wonderful work. It's a great sociology conference. I request all my 45 departments on the campus to enter the footsteps of sociology department. Now this is what is university. As to what is it that you expect from a university? To see that academic excellence, to see as to how do we be able to expose our younger student community to the greater thoughts, as what we are all participating in the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, as to what our Honorable Prime Minister talks about, as to how do you be able to get into the hearts of the students' community. I remember my sociology teachers used to teach me with so much of love and affection. That's why my memory goes back to those days, that sociology teachers are always highly respected. Sociology teachers are always highly respected in the society. In that context, as Vice Chancellor of this great university, I congratulate all the speakers, all the resource persons, the experts who have come to Kuvempu University. And I tell you that Kuvempu University is the Switzerland of Karnataka. We have 900 acres of forest. All of you should enjoy that biodiversity, flora and fauna. In the morning you would feel that it is heaven. And we have been able to talk about these issues, particularly in the topic that our sociology friends have talked about. Restructuring of COVID-19, as to what are the challenges and opportunities for sociologists in India. I remember those days of COVID-19, almost 180 days of lockdown. We never used to see a single person on the streets of entire world. I think those are the challenges, those are the issues that we have before us. As to how do we be able to take those challenges, and as to what social scientists, sociologists, social philosophers, social anthropologists, social psychologists. I was talking about the same thing today morning. There is an interrelationship, there is a co-relationship between all social sciences, whether it is sociology or economics. I do come from economics background. I was congratulating Dr. Indira for having talked about World Economic Forum, World Trade Organization, and World Health Organization, NSSO, who talks about all these issues. Maybe sustainable development goals as to why poverty is there in India, or why there is hunger, destitution, deprivation, communalism, hatredness, or terrorism. As to what are the aspects that you really find in this context, as to what do sociologists do have an answer, or what economists do have an answer for this economic inequality, social inequality. I think in that context, sociologists do have a lot of responsibilities. I appeal to all of you, all the sociologists who have come, all my friends are here. I attended 13th annual conference of this conference in Dharwad. Dr. Somshekar is very much here. You are a network of social relations. You have a family of social relationships. I think that is what you really talk about. Social security, social protection, social groups, vested interest groups, pressurized groups, cultural conflicts. As to what are the aspects that you really understand in this interrelationship of talking about developed countries and underdeveloped countries. Professor V.N. Bhatt talked about all these aspects as to why that COVID did not leave even developed countries and also underdeveloped countries. And that is the affluence that you really find in the context of looking to these aspects of finding social relationships, as to why social relationships were absent almost 180 days. We never used to meet our relatives also. We used to fear to meet our friends also, well-wishers also. Whenever we used to shake hands, we used to fear, we used to keep distance, at least a 6 feet distance. You just remember those days of 180 days as to what was the educational system, as to how is that all the vice chancellors of Karnataka, all the vice chancellors of India could face those challenges. I remember our Honorable Prime Minister addressed all the vice chancellors of India in Varanasi summit. He talked about two issues. Issue number one, go into the deeper hearts of the student community. And the second issue, all the vice chancellors should be together. All the vice chancellors should be together to create that academic excellence, to create that educational excellence. I think in that context, all of us do have the responsibility of making this research and innovation. All of us do have the responsibility of creating this industry interaction. As to what Dr. Indira was talking about, as to what is our response to the society, as to what is the social responsibility of our society by creating good research, and as to what concern we have about society, as to what social scientists do have concern. And degree is not only for degree. Doctoral degree or maybe postdoctoral degree or any degree that we have earned is not for degree's sake. It is for creating social welfare. It is for creating economic welfare. It is for creating the welfare of the masses, as what Dr. B.R. Ambedkar used to talk about. As to why you need economic opportunities, as to why do you need social opportunities. Unless we give social opportunities, economic opportunities, what is that social equality that we talk about? Or how is it possible for us to see, how it is possible for us to see that this type of society that we want to create an educated class. Maybe NEP talks about that aspect. That's what Professor Mohanty was talking about, as to why NEP is necessary. After 36 years of gap, we are making some reforms in education. Our Honorable Minister for Higher Education has taken it very seriously to see that all the education reforms in the context of NEP, I know that there are plus points and minus points also. But let us take plus points. Minus points will have to be overtaken. So NEP has a lot of challenges before all the vice chancellors of Karnataka, all the vice chancellors of India. And this is one aspect that we all talk about as to why society, integration, anarchy, communalism, socialism, terrorism, poverty, hunger, destitution, deprivation, social inequality, economic inequality, all these are vices of social relationships. I have gone to many Western universities. I have gone to many Western countries also. I have seen people are very friendly. People are down to earth. People do not have any hatredness. People do not criticize others also. So in that context, sociologists do have an answer, do have the responsibility to see as to how do we be able to create a society. Maybe Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav we are celebrating, but as to what is our 100th year of independence. In that 100th year of independence, all these social vices should be gone. We have to see that India. We have to see that Karnataka, where there is no poverty, where there is no hunger, where there is no destitution, where there is no economic inequality, social inequality. All those social vices will have to be said goodbye. So we are on par with Western countries. We are on par with Western universities. I think that is one aspect that all sociologists in this assembly will have to take an oath to see that we would be committing ourselves. We would be committing ourselves to create that society or that social welfare society or to create that educated class. And that is a great responsibility of all of us. I feel greatly honored, and I feel greatly honored as Vice Chancellor of this great university to congratulate our sociology fraternity, all the sociology fraternity on the stage and also off the stage, because all of you are my friends. I have seen you on all the occasions. All of you are my senior friends. My junior friends are all here. I congratulate all of you, and we shall celebrate this 2 days conference. And plus points, you please appreciate. Minus points, you leave it to me. As host of this conference, I take the pride of plus points, and I also take the pride of minus points also. Enjoy these 2 days conference in this great university. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Sir, thanks a lot for encouraging us by commendable words. Sociology is also the web of all social sciences. Sociology is not only a mother of all social science, it's also a web of all social sciences. Once again, thank you, sir. So now we are coming to end of the program, that is vote of thanks. I request Dr. Anjanappa BH, Professor, Department of Sociology, Coimbatore University, to deliver vote of thanks.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good afternoon to all on the dais and off the dais. I did it a honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion on 14th National Sociology Conference. First and foremost, I think Professor B.P. Veerabadrappa sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Coimbatore University, for his support and encouragement. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vanu. I thank our well-wisher, Professor B.B. Mohanty sir, Department of Sociology, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry. Thank you once again, sir. I also express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Vignesh Bhatt sir, former professor, Coimbatore University and visiting scholar, University of Youngstown, USA. I thank our chief guest, Professor Indira Madam, former president, Indian Sociological Society, 2018 to 19, and visiting professor, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, chair, University of Mysore, ma'am. Thank you once again. I thank Professor A. Ramegowda sir, Department of Sociology, Coimbatore University, for his support and guidance along with us. Thank you, sir. And also thankful to Professor M. Gurlingaya sir, President, Karnataka Sociology Association, for his cooperation and efforts. And I thank to Dr. Shekhar sir, Secretary, Karnataka Sociology Association, for his interest and continued support. And also I thank our Shri K.T. Ramesh sir, President, Coimbatore University Sociology Teachers Association. My heartfelt thanks to the heads of the various departments and faculty for their valuable contribution, guidance and encouragement in all our efforts. A special gratitude to the non-teaching staff who have worked hard to ensure that this occasion become memorable success. I thank all the distinguished invitees present here, academicians, professors, research persons, research committee members, and executive committee members. I also thank research scholars, students, and paper presenters, those who are present in this occasion. I thank the members of the media for evincing interest in covering the event, and all good arts who worked behind the screen. Last but not the least, I thank you, friends, for your cooperation in making this function a resounding success. Finally, I leave that this inspiring quote by Martin Luther King: an individual has not started living until he rises above the continuous of his individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. Once again, thank you all for your attention. Thank you. Ellarigu namaskara.
So I request to stand for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नाम
ಮಂಜು ಜೊರೆ ಜೊರೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಟೀನ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಇದೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹಕರಿಸಬೇಕು. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಿಳಂಬ ಆಗಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇದನ್ನ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಟೀ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಗಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಶ್ಯಾಮ್ ಬನ್ನಿ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್. ಬನ್ನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್. ರೆಡಿ ಇದೆ ರೆಡಿ ಇದೆ.
ಬತ್ತೆ ಮಾರ್ರೆ ಬತ್ತೆ ಬತ್ತೆ ಮಾರೆ ಅವು ಇಲ್ಲ అంటే
even family, how can you do that? Say so many questions, and they had eventually conflict, and then he accepts the Pocock's suggestion to work on crime and punishment in Manusmriti, and then of course he would take up what is called as the study of family in Netherlands. It was a first study of its kind on the family system in Netherlands, which became very, very popular, not only in Netherlands, in the entire Europe, and also the whole of the West. And that gave him a credence. With that, he could sail smooth all through, and then, of course, set his orientation towards conducting his studies on the issues pertaining to the family. And that's how there are about 10 books, all seminal works that you find, that you come across, say, on the issues pertaining to the family, kinship, etc., by Professor Ishwaran. And then also his interest was in the area of, say, the rural society. His famous book on Shivapur, a South Indian village, followed by Tradition and Economy in an Indian Village, say, are found to be the most referred books in sociology and social anthropology. And also he has worked on, say, the religion and society, particularly taking Lingayat religion and also eventually comparing Lingayat religion or Lingayat mud system with that of the mud system or the religious arrangements in the Jains and, say, the Brahmins. Now, that was a kind of a personality, what Ishwaran was academically. And he has, in fact, written 2 autobiographies. One is Valase Hoda Kannadiಗನ ಕತೆ, and second one is ಅರುಂಧತಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳು. ಈ 2 ಪುಸ್ತಕ ನಾವು ಓದಿದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಅವರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾದ ಹೋರಾಟ, ಜೀವನದ ಹೋರಾಟ, ಮತ್ತು ಅವರು ಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಶ್ರಮ, ಮತ್ತು ಅವರು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಂಥ ನಿಲುವುಗಳು, ಮತ್ತು ಅವರು ತಾಳದಂಥ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳು, ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು 20 ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಬಹಳ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಏನು ಅಂತಂತಂದರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 16 ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಸರಿಸುಮಾರು 18ರಿಂದ 21 ಬಾರಿ ರೀಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ದೇ ವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ ವೆಸ್ಟ್. ದೇ ವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ದ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನನಗೇನು ತಪ್ಪಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಈಶ್ವರನವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ. ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷದ ಮಾರ್ಚ್, ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್, ಮೇ ತಿಂಗಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ 3 ತಿಂಗಳ ಸಬ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲ್ ಲೀವ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಮುಂಜಾನೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಒಕ್ಕರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ 6 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ತೆಕ್ಕೆಯಷ್ಟು ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು, ಪೇಪರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಬಗಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಧಾರವಾಡದ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮರುಪರಿಶೀಲಿಸಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಾರನೇ ದಿನ ಯಥಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿ ವಾಸ್. ನಾವಂತೂ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಬಟ್ ಲುಕ್ ಅಟ್ the kind of what is called as the interest, an astute interest that he had in academics, and all that has resulted well in a kind of publications, most seminal publication. Why I say most seminal is mainly because, say, his ideas, his thoughts, so to say, his writings have been referred by hundreds and thousands of scholars in the Western context, say in the Western world, about which we may not be having, say, much of what is called as, say, the details or the ideas here. That is Ishwaran. And ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಅವರ ಕೃತಿಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು, ಪರಿಚಯ ಆಗಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈಶ್ವರನವರು ಪರಿಚಯ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಈಶ್ವರನವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು, ಈಶ್ವರನ ಕುರಿತು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಾಗಬೇಕು. ಅದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಈಶ್ವರನವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಒಳಗೆ ಈಶ್ವರನವ್ರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಾವು ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್. ಇದಲ್ಲದೆ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇದಲ್ಲದೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವ ವರ್ಷ ಮತ್ತು ನಂತರದ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈಶ್ವರನವರ ಕುರಿತ ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹಾಕ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ಸಂಬಂಧ ನಾವು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಬರುವ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಶ್ವರನವರ ಕೃತಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೇ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಈಶ್ವರನ ಕೃತಿಗಳನ್ನು ರಿವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಈಶ್ವರನ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿದ ಶಿವಾಪುರವನ್ನು ರಿವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವುಡ್ ಬಿ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಎಸ್ ಎ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಎ ಕೈಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಅವರ್ ಕಲೀಗ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್. ಓಕೆ, ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಾದಂಥ ನನ್ನ ಸಹೋದರಿಯಾಗಿ ಅಂತ ಶೌಕತ್ ಅಜೀಮ್ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕಲಾಂ ಅವರನ್ನು ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಹಿರೇಮಠ ಅವರನ್ನು ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಹಾಗೂ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ನಾಟೇಕರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಅಜೀಮ್, ಶೌಕತ್ ಅಜೀಮ್.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಸಂಘದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ 2ರ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ನೀಡಲು ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ
ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಇರಲಿ, ಮಾತನಾಡುವ ಬರದೊಳಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ವಿಷಯ ಮರ್ತೋಯ್ತು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗೂ. ಅವರ ನೇರ ಶಿಷ್ಯನಾದಂಥ ಬಹುಶಃ ಜೀವಂತವಿರುವ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಶಿಷ್ಯ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಗುರುಮೂರ್ತಿ ಈಸ್ ಇಯರ್ ರೈಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ವಿತ್ ಆಸ್. ಯಾ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅದ, ಓಡಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಈ ಕೀಪ್ಸ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್, ಬಟ್ ಈ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಸೇ ಮೂವ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ ಆನ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಓನ್. ಓಕೆ, Madam Gurumurthy and his daughter, say Vidulata, say they have taken lot of trouble in bringing him here. And also Professor Kalam is student of Professor Gurumurthy. We have a confluence of 3 generations. Ishwaran, his student Professor Gurumurthy, and his student Professor Kalam. In fact, Professor Kalam was expressing his view that I have not been taught by Professor Ishwaran directly. I said, you may not have been taught by Professor Ishwaran directly, but you have been taught by the student of Professor Ishwaran. So that way he belongs to the 3rd generation of students, well, at Karnataka University, Harvard, carrying what is called, the tradition of Professor Ishwaran. I personally thank the Gurumurthis very cordially, very heartily for having been able to make it to this program. And then another important thing is, ಈಶ್ವರನ್ನ ಅವರ ಮಗಳು, ಮನೆಯ ಮಗಳು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶಿ ಈಸ್ ಸಾರಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾ, ಲೀಲಾಂಬಿಕಾ ಮಗನೂರು ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಾವಣಗೆರೆ. ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಅವರ ಅಣ್ಣನ ಮಗಳು, ತಂಗಿಯ ಮಗಳು. ಆ ಈಶ್ವರನ ಹೆಸರನ್ನೇ ಒಂಥರ ವೈಬ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಅದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆ, ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸರಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಗುರುಮೂರ್ತಿಯವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಸರು ತೆಗೆದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚುರುಕಾಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕಾಗ್ನಿಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ he becomes quite conscious, quite aware, because he spent so much of time with Professor Ishwaran every time he visited India. And in my understanding, he is the only living Indian student of Professor K. Ishwaran. And he is another student from the Harvard, Dan Chekki, who is professor of sociology, professor of sociology emeritus, emeritus professor of sociology, who was guided by Professor Ishwaran. Well, of course, he is alive and he is very much active in sociology, in York University. That's a kind of a tradition that we have. So thank you very much. Yeah, he was Danappa Chekki. Like, in fact, Professor Ishwaran, when he went to Canada, he was called Karegowda Ishwaragowda. Okay, anyway, rechristening of the name was mainly for the functional purposes. That should hardly matter here. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for having come here. Madam, yes. Yeah, Chandrasekhar ಅವರು, thank you. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Thank you very much. Yeah, Professor.
ಈ 2ನೇ ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ಕುರಿತು ವಿಶೇಷ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ನೀಡಲು ಬಂದಿರುವ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ಕಲಾಂ ಅವರನ್ನು ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಹಿರಿಯ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಲ್ ಹಿರೇಮಠ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಕೋ-ಚೇರ್ ಆಗಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಹಿರಿಯ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶೌಕತ್ ಅಜೀಂ ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ರ್ಯಾಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಚೇರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ನಾಟಿಕರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಸಂಘಟನಾ ರೂವಾರಿಗಳಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ CA ಸೋಮಶೇಖರಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಬಂಧುಗಳನ್ನು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರಿ ಈ ವಿಶೇಷ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಎರಡನೇ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಇದರ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ಕಲಾಂ ಅವರನ್ನು ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶೌಕತ್ ಅಜೀಂ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಅತಿಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ಪರಿಚಯಿಸಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ನೂನ್. I have the pleasure of introducing today's main speaker, Professor M.A. Kalam. I will read out his brief biodata for you. Dr. M.A. Kalam is currently a visiting professor of Center for Economic and Social Studies, Hyderabad. He was Dean, School of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, and Professor of Anthropology, SRM University at Amravati, Andhra Pradesh. Also, he was founding Dean and Professor of Anthropology at Kriya University, Sri City, Andhra Pradesh. Prior to that, he was Professor of Applied Social Sciences at Loyola Institute of Business Administration, Professor of Eminence and founding head of Department of Social Work at Tejpur Central University, Assam, Professor and head of Department of Anthropology and chairperson, School of Social Sciences, University of Madras. Dr. Kalam was a Rockefeller Resident Fellow at Duke University, Human Rights Fellow at Harvard University, and Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellow at London School of Economics and Political Science. He was visiting professor at universities in France, as also at the Indian Institute of Advanced Study, Shimla, and Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. Dr. Kalam's doctoral research was on family among Kurks or Kodavas in Karnataka. Subsequently, he has studied the mass religious conversions in Tamil Nadu, internal and overseas migrations, seasonal migrant labor, and religious and linguistic minorities. Also, he has undertaken anthropological fieldwork among South Asians in England, the USA, and France. He has participated in post-tsunami rehabilitation and reconstruction work in Thailand, Sri Lanka, and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Dr. Kalam has carried out many sponsored research projects in Bihar, Karnataka, Orissa, Tamil Nadu, and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Besides, he has also carried out fieldwork overseas in England, France, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and the USA. Dr. Kalam has been a consultant to ministries of the Government of India, DANIDA, NACO, and IDS Sussex. Currently, he is on the board of Bharat Rural Livelihood Foundation. Dr. Kalam has extensive administrative experience. He was on the board of management of Tejpur Central University, Assam, and on the planning board of Pondicherry Central University. He was a member of the Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSR. He also served as a member of the expert group on Diversity Index, Ministry of Minority Affairs, Government of India. Dr. Kalam continues to publish extensively, not just academically, but also in newspapers, news portals, and periodicals. Dr. Kalam has been a keen sportsman also and has represented his college, university, state in football, hockey, cricket, and athletics. He has also served as a cricket umpire for the Tamil Nadu Cricket Association. Okay. Sir, on behalf of all this audience, on behalf of Karnataka Social Association, I welcome you to this function, sir. One more minute, sir. Now, I will very briefly introduce our senior professor, Dr. S.L. Hiramad. Dr. S.L. Hiramad was a professor of sociology at Gulbarga University, Gulbarga. He has PhD from Karnataka University, Dharwad, in sociology as well as social work from Karnataka University, Dharwad. I will quickly read out his achievements in a sentence. He served as a member of Karnataka Knowledge Commission, Registrar, Finance Officer, Committees of Higher Education Council, Director, Distance Education, Dean, Member of Syndicate Senate and Academic Council, Finance Committee Coordinator, PMEB, IQAC, AAAC, Chairman Department of Sociology and as well as Women's Studies, Journalism and Mass Communication. He has visited Germany, Canada, USA, UK, France, Sweden, Australia, South Africa, Japan and Singapore on academic assignment. Sociology of his specializations are sociology of professions, corporate social responsibility, industrial relations, and organizational behavior. This is the very brief introduction of Dr. S.L. Hiramad. Sir, welcome you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for introducing chief guest and president. Now, I would like to call upon the main speaker, Professor M. Abdul Kalam. Sir talked about family, the kinship nucleus through the ages. Sir, please.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm sorry that so far nobody has apologized to you for having made you wait for such a long time. And though it's not my personal responsibility, but I still apologize to the audience that there's been such a delay. And somebody should be responsible somewhere. And if nobody takes up the responsibility, I can't. But at the same time, nothing wrong in apologizing. And I'm sorry that at this late hour, when you should be ready to go for your lunch, you are being held hostage. And I feel responsible for at least that part, that your lunch will be delayed. Now, having said that, for me, it's a great honor that somebody who was a direct student of Professor Ishwaran is present here today. And this is something I think is a great honor for Professor Ishwaran. And also for me, it's a proud moment that somebody who has taught me the basics of anthropology at Karnataka University has been here today. And I can't forget this moment because in spite of his disability, which is there, and he is wheelchair bound, still he has made it a point to travel all the way from Davangere this morning, come over here just to honor the memory of Professor Ishwaran. And therefore, I think all of us should give a hand to him through Professor and this is an honor for Professor Ishwaran, that somebody who was a disciple feels compelled to come in spite of disability. And that's why I think the others who are able should not feel bad about being held hostage for some time. And thanks a lot for being here this afternoon. And there is a slight error which has crept in the title of my presentation in the abstract. But on the page 31, where the abstract has been given, I think the title is okay. The title as I have given it is Family, the Kinship Nucleus Through the Ages. Now, the reason why I chose this topic, I will come to that in a while. But then before that, there is something I think which is a very remarkable coincidence which doesn't happen to many people. And the organizers were not aware of this when they asked me to take this. I went to the same college which Professor Ishwaran was. He was at the Ringraj College, Belgaum. I was at the RL Science Institute, which is in the same campus. I was a student at Karnataka University, Dharwad, which was founded by Professor Ishwar and the Department of Anthropology. And after that, certain other very interesting kind of things happened. He had spent time in England. I did it in a different way. But then the more important thing is where he spent a long time was the University of Hague and University of Leiden in Netherlands. And I was fortunate to go to both this university and spend some time. And when he moved from there and went over to Canada, he was at York University. And this is a remarkable coincidence. The very office which was being occupied by Professor Ishwaran at York University is today occupied by a very well-known Indian sociologist. And his most recent book is Recasting Caste, Professor Hira Singh. And when I spent some time at York University, I occupied the same office which was lent to me by Professor Hira Singh, that you can be here. So this is a remarkable coincidence which is there, and I have followed the path, almost the footsteps of Professor Ishwaran from Karnataka, from Lingaraj College, Belgaum, to Karnataka University, then to Holland, and then on to York University. This is something I think which is not well known to many people. So having said that, I would say that it's a great honor, of course, to give the lecture, but I think more important is the fact that Professor Ishwaran had an abiding interest in the family. Wherever he was, he took interest in, first he wanted to study the Irish family, I think when he was in England. For some reason, probably it didn't come through. After that, when he spent time in the Netherlands, he did a study of the Dutch family, and as Professor Somshekarappa pointed out, it has been reprinted into quite a few kind of editions, and he did that. And after that, when he moved to York University, he studied the Canadian family. And that is something, again, very interesting. And given the fact that he has so much of interest, and an abiding interest in family, I thought I should be able to do something on the family, which should be of useful to people who are not just interested in family and kinship, but also the general sociologists at large. Now, three things I will point out in my lecture today. One is the lack of clarification in terms of terminology which is used for family or its equivalents. That's the first part. The second part is that there has been so much of debate in Indian sociology. Both the students of family and others have spent a lot of time to talk about the breakdown of the Indian family. Has there ever been a breakdown of the Indian family? And if so, has anybody provided proper data for that? That will be the second part of my lecture. The third part of my lecture is that there indeed were large families in Karnataka too. And the reason I am talking about Karnataka is because the larger lineage kind of organizations which were there in Kerala, for instance, the Tharwad of the Nayars and the Tharwad of the Nambudris, has been studied, and quite a lot has been written about that. But the only good study, or I'm using the word good in quotes here, on the Kurks, the Kodwas, was the first in 1952 by Professor M.N. Srinivas. And that is known to some of you people, I'm sure. And the lineage which was there was, for some reason, interpreted by Professor Srinivas as the joint family, which is not correct. And I will come to that and point out as to why using the term joint family in the case of the lineage of the Kodwas was not correct. So that was one of the things which was there. And the second part of the problem, which could be said that there was a bit of a misunderstanding or reinterpretation of the Kodwas, was that Professor Srinivas considers the Kodwas to be the Hindus. Now, that was a kind of a problem which was there, because they have nothing to do with any gods or goddesses of the Hindu pantheon. The only thing which is important to the Kodwas is ancestor worship. And because of the ancestor worship, they have what is known as the Kaimada, or a kind of a small shrine around their iron houses. That is that's their ancestral houses, and that's what they worship. They don't have the services of priests in their marriages. They don't have the service of the priest for their death or any other ceremony. They have nothing to do with any Hindu practices which are there. But still, for some reason, Professor Srinivas had talked about them as the Hindus. And the problem goes back to 1872, the first Indian census was taken. And at that time, when the British did the study, most of the thing was done by that. And they had a kind of an interpretation that somebody visited temple, irrespective of who they were Hindus. So if you look at the 1921, 1901, 1911, 1921 census, that is given as who is the Hindu, and that was given by the British. They had a different kind of an understanding of that. And Srinivas followed that and called them the Hindus. So that's where I differ with him on two counts. One is his interpretation of the Vaka, which I call as the lineage, and Srinivas talked about as a joint family. It's not a joint family because in the Hindu joint family system, what is known as the HUF, a father and a son can constitute a joint family. But among the Kodavas, the property is transmitted from generation to generation and no individual inherits the property. It's passed on from generation to generation. All adult male members are co-parceners and they're all holders of the property together. Therefore, it cannot be compared with the HUF for the Hindu undivided family. So Srinivas was making an error on that count also. But let me start with the first one. I said I will make a terminological clarification in terms of the use of the term family in India. Now, many times it's quite disconcerting to find that the terms family, household, and domestic group are used as synonyms. Now, they are not synonyms because of the fact this concept have to be defined sharply, and whereas a household and a domestic group can be taken up as equivalents, the family is not. When we are talking about a domestic group or when we are talking about a household, we are talking about people who constitute an unit and stay together. But family is a larger kind of an entity where people are part of a kinship network, but they need not live together or they need not stay together. And therefore, in its extension, family can be used differently, but you cannot use the word family as an equivalent of domestic group or household. Family is a larger kind of a thing. So many people make this mistake, not necessarily neophytes, even teachers of sociology make a mistake and try to lump these together and say that a domestic group, a household, and a family, they're all together. They are not. So that I thought was the first thing that's to be done. And in common parlance, when people make a mistake and say that they're all family, that's fine, they're family. But unless they stay together, they don't constitute a household. And that's something I think we should emphasize as the first point when it comes to the terminological kind of a classification or clarification, which we have to talk about. Now, till about the 1950s, one of the things which people talked about as a kind of an abiding religious kind of a practice was everybody was lamenting on breakdown of the Indian family. The Indian family is breaking down. None of them provides the data. If you have to talk about breakdown of the joint family, you have to show that at one point it was something like 8, 10, or 12 or something stayed together. And today it has come to like the 4.4 or 4.5, which is there. Only then in a diachronic kind of a perspective, you can say that there has been a breakdown. If you don't provide the statistics, you don't have any reason to make a statement of that kind that it has broken down. So this debate has been raging in Indian sociology, but a simple thing like statistically, the details which are available from the 1872 was the first census which was done in India, and after that every decade it has been done, except after 2011, when 221 should have been this census year, it has not been done. Whether it will be done at all is another raging debate which is happening in India. For various reasons, they don't want to do that. And they also don't want to bring in the caste kind of a thing, which was last done in 1931. After 1931, there is no caste statistics available. After that, you have only religion kind of a statistics which is available. So if you go down to the 1872 census, which is available for those who want to go to the archives and look at the material, the average size of the household, can anybody say, at least guess what it was at that time in 1872? Average size of the Indian household in 1872 census was 5.14. And today it is 4.4 or 4.5. So all those people who have lamented about the breakdown have never provided or do not provide this kind of statistics or this kind of data. They just say that the family has broken down. But where has it broken down? Nobody has given you that census. That's point number one. Point number two, what was life expectancy in 1872 when the first census was taken, or take up the subsequent censuses? I've gone through the censuses from 1872, 1881, 1891, then 1901 onwards, till now. The life expectancy in 1872, I will give you the exact figure, was about 23. And this might come as a very shocking kind of a thing for most of you, but then the exact figures were in 1871, it was 23.66 life expectancy. Then in 1875, it was 25.38. Then 1880, it was 20, it had gone down. It had went down to 21.98. And then in 1890, it was 24.54. And in 1900, the life expectancy was 22.01. Now, if you have these kind of statistics, what kind of family formation can you have? People were dying so therefore people who talk about the jointness or the big families which were there at one point tell you that 3-4 generation people lived in the same household. If somebody dies at 23, where do you have 4 generations? Maybe he had time to get married at 18 or 19 and produce some children and then die off. So given this kind of statistics, there was no way in which you could do, and that's why the 1872 census shows you that the average size of the household was only 5.14 at that time. Now, the split or the break which came about, nobody knows how it happened. They just tell you that the breakdown was there. So in this kind of a thing, after 1872, you still get data at every stage. But problem is nobody wants to go through the statistics and give you a proper kind of a picture which was there. So contrary to the ardent belief and high expectations of the proponents of those who thought and held that Indian families in the past were very large, what we have in real statistical terms is the average household size was 5.14. Now, also we need to pay heed to the fact that currently the average life expectancy, that is about 70 years today. And 70 years would mean that people are living longer. Okay, now along with that, what is happening is that the fertility has fallen. The fertility has come to only about 2.2 or 2.1, which is just around the replacement level. So if you have replacement kind of fertility, in spite of the fact that the life expectancy has gone up, the average size of the household is only about 4.4 to 4.5 today. And therefore, even today, we do not have the kind of thing which is happening. And 70 years after independence, it's also remarkable to look at the indicators in India. In spite of the fact that people have been living longer, 70 years, a lot of other people have been dying who should not have. And that is the problems of indicators of child nutrition, mental health, infant mortality are still quite disappointing because we are behind 2 of our neighbors when it comes to this. We are behind Sri Lanka and we are behind Bangladesh. So if you have this kind of a thing, in spite of the fact that you have certain things of life expectancy, the other things which is happening is that in many areas, particularly in the rural areas, infant mortality, child mortality, as well as mortality of the women is also happening. And that's something I think which is something to be worried about, because in 2015-16, we had the replacement level, that the fertility rate was 2.2. Now it's coming down to approximately 2, which is just about enough for replacement level. And therefore, in certain quarters, there are certain fears, particularly after 2014, that certain populations have been producing more children. But they take statistics which are relevant to them and which they want to show. It's not the caste groups or the religious groups, which some of which produce more or less. It is the socio-economic band which is more important. Persons coming from different categories, whether Dalits or whether Muslims or Christians or Brahmins or Hindus, if they've come from a particular kind of a economic band or economic kind of a stratum, they all have more or less similar characteristics. So it's not the religion, but it is poverty which sometimes make people produce more because not sure whether the children will be alive or infant mortality would affect them or to what extent. And in this context, I think I would also like to point out as to when fertility decline would come in. There is Caldwell's hypothesis. I'm sure some of you are quite familiar with Caldwell's hypothesis, which says that the fertility in a household will decline when people realize that children can live longer. And which also means that the flow of wealth, if it comes from the children to the family unit, then this household sizes will be higher, or will be larger. Whereas when parents realize that there has been less infant mortality and less children die, the flow of wealth is from the parents to the children, and that's where there is fertility decline which comes in. And those of you who are interested can read Caldwell's hypothesis and make out that this thing. So the point that I was trying to make, overall thing, was that the glorious past, as people tell you, of the Indian family has never been there. There has been no breakdown of the kind. So this myth has existed in Indian sociology and Indian social sciences for a very long time. Now, having said that, I said the other part of my lecture would be in terms of how there were certain groups, and I'm pointing out this particularly because the Karnataka Sociology Association, and there is something in Karnataka which many people are not familiar with. And I have been lucky to do my master's dissertation as well as my PhD dissertation, and I'm continuing my research over the last so many years in Coorg. And that's like a hometown for me, I mean the entire district itself, and we have been doing a lot of work there on different issues. And besides the aspect of the Coorg household, or what they call as the lineage is known as the Okka, and that's where I differ with Professor Srinivas, that I talk about it as a lineage, because in all Kodava households, they know exactly who's the ancestor. And once you know or recognize some person as an ancestor, and all the descendants coming together, you use the word lineage. You don't use the word clan. Some of them mistakenly use the word clan. In clans, you have people who are mythical ancestors or ancestress. But in the case of lineage, you have real ancestors. And in all Kodwa households, 9, 10 generations, and I have myself collected 8 to 9 to 10 generations of genealogies, Vamshavriksha, as you say in Kannada, for the Kodwa households. And they're all people who have been identified with their names and who's the Guru Karna, they call it, and from the descendants, all the patrilineage which comes in. And this is something which was unique. But in spite of that, the kind of big households that we are talking about were never there. Only way the Kodwa households or the Kodwa lineage differ was because of the fact that they were identified with specific names. And people who had a specific kind of a name for the lineage, they were identified in terms of their identity was in terms of which lineage they belonged to. Let me give you a couple of examples. The first general of the Indian Army, who later became the Field Marshal of India, was General or Field Marshal K.M. Karyappa. Karyappa belonged to the Kodendera Okka. K stood for Kodendera. M was his father's name initial. His first name was Karyappa. Now, the second general of the Indian Army also happens to be from Coorg and also happens to be from the same lineage, Kodendera, K.C. Timmaya. Timmaya was a cousin of General Karyappa. So he also came from the same household, the same lineage, and that was known as the Kodendera. So in Coorg, people are identified by the name that they carry for their lineage, and next comes the father's name or the initial, and then comes their own personal name. And this is something which is followed. And women, when they get married, they adopt the lineage name of the husband. Then the husband's name would come next, and their personal name would come later. Now the pattern is changing, and they have been using words like Robin Uttappa, for instance. His name is Robin, and his Kodava name is Uttappa. He has forgotten his father's name there, and he has forgotten his lineage name there. Okay, so that's for the cricketer. Then Rohan Bopanna, for instance. Okay, the same thing happens with him. He doesn't use the lineage name there. But earlier it was considered as a kind of a sacrilege if they don't have the name, because they're all identified by the lineage they belong to. And I don't know how many of you have been to Coorg or seen Kodwas. Most of the time when I was doing field work, and also because I played hockey with them, and most of the time I was considered as one of them. And many people used to mistake me to be a Kodwa. And the first thing they would ask in Kodwa Tak, that's the Kodwa language, Dad Mane, which means which lineage do you belong to? And then if I was adopted by a very well-known lineage there called the Mane Panda, and M.M. Somaya was India's captain. M.M. Somaya, the hockey player, came from the Mane Panda Vakka. So sometimes, jokingly, I would say that I am from Mane Panda. Then they would do Dad Moa, that is, whose son are you? So this was the kind of pattern. Now, this is Ashwini Ponnappa, for instance, the badminton player. She's also a Kodwa. And now I think one of the rising stars in Karnataka or in the Indian film industry is supposed to be Rashmika Mandanna. She's also a Kodwati. You use the name Kodwati for them. Now, they're all forgetting this. And about 20 years back, it was considered very, very, I think, derogatory for somebody coming from one of these Vakkas not to use the name of the Vakka in the name. But that has changed. But that's one part of it in terms of just trying to explain the thing about Coorg to you. But I think the most important thing with Coorg is what is known as the Vakka, that is the lineage. And they have an Ain Mane, that's the ancestral house. And they have a plantation or an estate on which the whole thing is established. But the best part of it was that unlike any other kind of a thing that you get in India in different places, you do not have individuals taking away what are known as individuals in some legal parlance. They are known as co-parceners when they hold a property together. Legally, they are known as co-parceners. In HUF, somebody can take away the share and go, but then that was not possible here. So as I said, it was not inheritance, it was transmission of property which was happening from generation to generation. And people had blocks of land. Now this land tenure had different kind of a name, and it's not found anywhere else in Karnataka. And the name given to this tenure was Jamma tenure. So Jamma tenure was something which, Jamma was the property was something which belonged to the lineage, not to individuals. And then for quite some time, people lived together, and then they used to have a person known as the Karvakara, who was the head of the lineage, and a person known as the Patedar, who held the property for the entire lineage in his name. And unfortunately, women were not part of this property. Women could not inherit or get their share from this property, which was held in the name of the Patedar by all adult male members. And if they had to sell a property of this kind, then they had to give the rights in the name of the Patedar. All the adult male members had to give the right in the name of this person. And one person vetoing, saying that I don't want to sell, the whole process would come to end. Now, there were other checks and balances in terms of not allowing the partition of the property to happen so easily from that lineage. And that check and balance was that if somebody wanted to, some lineage wanted to dispose of the property, all the adult male members had to give the consent. And this Patedar would go to the revenue department and give a petition saying that we are going to partition this property. And if the if the sale or alienation of the property actually happened, they had to pay 20% Nazrana to the revenue department. Now, that was one of the checks and balances which was there in terms of not allowing people to partition the property or sell off the property so easily. And therefore, in many places, big chunks of property is still there in the lineage itself without having been partitioned. But what they do is an internal division of sort which they will do. So people who may not be living together or have found other occupations and gone to other places, what they do is try to have their portion of the land cultivated by somebody, and they may get some benefits from it. Now that's an internal division, and the Manipanda lineage that I was talking about, they have formed what is known as the Manipanda lineage cooperative society. So the entire land of say 100 odd acres which is there, paddy land, and some of the members of the lineage will come forward and say that we will bid for this part of the property and we will cultivate, but then a portion will have to go to the lineage, and those individuals can do that. Now the other thing which has to be mentioned is that if and only if the government gives sanction and all the adult male members give their consent and the property is disposed of, then that does not remain the Jamma tenure. It becomes what is known as Sagu. Sagu tenure was something which was considered as a self-acquired property. Suppose a person branches out of the lineage and then goes to this place and then buys property for himself, then that property can be given to or shared with the daughters, because this was a self-acquired property, whereas the women did not have any rights in the property which was given to them in the main thing, which was not given to them from the main thing which was there. And that was something which was known as the Jamma property. So these are the two main tenures of property which are there in Coorg. That is, you have the Jamma, which is for the entire lineage, and you have the Sagu property, which is there for a self-acquired person. Now, the self-acquiring aspect comes in only when somebody leaves the ancestral house, goes and forms a kind of a separate kind of household somewhere else. And this was possible in certain respects more recently, because people started going in for higher education, jobs elsewhere, and because of that, some of them started branching off, and wherever they went, some of them acquired self-acquired property, and that self-acquired property was given for the individuals and not for the lineage. So this kind of a distinction has happened over them maybe 100 years back. And till 1834, Coorg was ruled by the Lingayat Rajas. And in 1834, Coorg was one of the south provinces in South India which was annexed by the British. The British annexed Coorg in 1834. Till then, the Lingayat Rajas were there. Now, the Lingayat Rajas, and for some time, the British also allowed them, because of the thinking which the British had in terms of how they considered their property, because in many places they had what is known as the primogeniture, where the first son inherits the property. So going by these notions, on certain occasions the Coorgs were allowed to partition the property. But then in 1858, the headman of Coorg went and appealed to the British, that is subsequent to 1834, that this is causing us a lot of damage in terms of the prosperity of the families or the lineages, and therefore I think it should be. So in 1858, a decree was brought in whereby again the sale of the land was restricted, and it went back to a kind of an ante kind of a situation which was there. So as things stand, of course, the pristine kind of picture that I have given has been changing. People have moved away. And in spite of, instead of different segments of the same lineage living together, some of them have branched off and then taken up jobs elsewhere and education elsewhere. But in certain places, the property even today is held in one kind of a chunk, and it has not been partitioned. Officially, it has not been sold or alienated, and there might be a kind of an internal division where they may partition it. Now, this is a society which is, as I said, women do not have a right in the ancestral property. Therefore, this is a patrilineal kind of a setup where patriarchy and patrilocality also occur as concomitant factors. The reason why this is important to point out is because in Kerala, we have a situation where the Nair situation, the Nairs had big lineages, of course, but they were known as the Tarawad, but the Nairs were matrilocal. The property passed on from women. That is, the mother's brother controlled or had control over the property, but the property was inherited by women from generation to generation. And therefore, the Nair Tarawad was different from the Voka of the Coorg. On the other hand, the Nambudris also had, Nambudris are the priests and the kind of the Brahmins of Kerala, let's say, they also had the Tharawad kind of a system, but amongst them it was a patrilocal kind of a setup. But one of the interesting things about the Nambudris was that till recently, only the first son, that's the aspect of primogeniture in terms of first son could marry. And therefore, this created a lot of different kinds of demographic as well as actual situations of social relationships and marital relationships in Kerala. If there was a Nambudri household with 4 children, 4 sons, then only the first son could marry. So the other 3 had to seek sexual relations, not marital, but sexual relations elsewhere. And now, if the women were there, if there was another Nambudri household, only the person from one would marry one woman from here, and the other 3 women had to be spinsters. So these kind of aspects created a kind of a different situation. It has, of course, been changing now. And there was also what is known as, among the Nayars, Tali Kattu Kalyanam. That is, people could go, tie a tali, have a kind of a ritual, kind of a celebration where the Nambudri men as well as some of the Nayar men could have sexual relations as visiting husbands. Now, this was a kind of a balancing act because of the situation which was there. Now, this, I think, has not been, Kathleen Goff has talked about it and some other people have talked about it in terms of this, but then unfortunately what has happened is the gender relations where the plight of the women becomes an important kind of a factor was never given much importance either sociologically or even otherwise by many scholars. Now it's becoming a big kind of an issue. It has become a kind of an issue, and many Nambudri people, and I have not done any real field work there, but I have friends in Kerala and I keep visiting Kerala because I was with the Kerala government in terms of a board that they have for an institution in Calicut. So frequent visits, changes have of course come about. And also some of the Noyer households have officially declared themselves from matrilineal to patrilineal, and they have shifted over to a different kind of a system of inheritance, which has happened. But the point is that this comparison can be made with Coorg only to a limited extent, because the Kodwas had a different kind of a system. There was also, I think, among the Kodwas, there was no restriction on women marrying a second time. And quite a few in anthropology, we use the term levirate and sororate kind of a thing, where a man can marry his deceased brother's wife, and that is known as a levirate. And in the case of the woman, if the husband dies or a woman dies, a man can marry the wife's sister. So these two systems were quite prevalent, and the genealogies that I have collected from the Kodwas, in earlier generations, it was quite common to have both these practices of sororate as well as levirate. A woman marrying the husband's brother, dead husband's, the widow marrying her husband's brother, and a woman marrying a sister who has, marrying the husband of a sister who has died. This was quite common. So this to some extent was something which was quite positive in the Coorg situation as compared to what was happening in Kerala. But there was a kind of, again, discrimination against women in the Kodwas. A Kodwa man could marry any number of times. A Kodwa woman can also marry many number of times. But there is a function which is known as Mangala. Okay, that could be carried out for a man any number of times that the person marries. But for the woman, only the first marriage was considered as Mangala, and the subsequent marriages were not considered to be so sacred or so important. So there's a discrimination which existed there too. And then this Mangala thing is quite interesting in the Coorg situation. If somebody hunts a tiger, he has a Nari Mangala. Okay, so you marry the tiger to the person, and this is a kind of an important thing. The tiger could get it, but the woman can't get it if she marries a second time. So this kind of a discrimination has existed, but it is quite different from what was obtained in the Kerala situation, where it was a complete demographic disaster for quite some time, and therefore, to find an outlet, you had to find different ways of sexual gratification. So this is something which happened. So as we can see, the Coorg's Oka is quite unique, and there's no parallel, to the best of my knowledge, anywhere else in terms of the kind of property which was held. And the last point that I would make is that those of you who want to go back and read Religion and Society among the Coorgs by M.N. Srinivas, 1952 was the first edition which came about. Please pay attention to these two things. His interpretation was not correct when it came to what kind of household or lineage the Kodwas formed. He called it a joint family. And the second thing was that he categorized them as Hindus, and some of them, because some of them worked with the Rajas and the palace, and they did fight on behalf of the Rajas in the Raja's army, as well as the British army. Some of them called them the Kshatriyas. But the fact that they have nothing to do with Hinduism in terms of any priest coming to them, in terms of their marriage or in terms of death or anything, and there are no temples of their own. And then in the 9-10 generations, the households, the lineage, genealogies that I have collected, no name of any Hindu god or goddess is there amongst them. The men are Karyappa, Machaya, Ayappa, Somanna, or any other Appa, Aya, or Anna. All their names, Ayanna, all their names Appaya, all their names ended with Aya, Appa, or Anna. There is not a single one that I see in the older generations where name of a Hindu god or goddess was given to the women. Among the women, Kaveri or Kaveri Amma was quite common. Okay. But otherwise, they had Machawa or Machamma. Okay. And they had different kinds of names which were there, but no names of goddesses. If you take up on an average any Hindu family anywhere else, you find Ram, Lakshman, Vishnu, Shankar, all these gods being represented. In the Kodava genealogy, there are no gods. Unless today something is happening, like I said, the names of Rohan and Robin, which are there. Robin, in fact, is a kind of a Christian family he comes from. His mother was a Malayali Christian. But then the point is that recently, in June, me and my wife made one of the visits to Coorg, and I found one person who was named Lakshman. Now, this is the first time in my 50 years. I first went to Coorg in 1972 for my MA dissertation, and Professor Gurmurthy was one of the teachers connected with the kind of research that we were doing at the master's level at that time. 1952 to 2022, I have come across only one name of a Hindu in the entire Coorg region of the genealogies of the Coorgs. Therefore, what I would do is, I think, because I don't want to hold you hostage and your stomach must be cursing me, so I will try to stop here. And normally what happens is that even during keynote addresses or any memorial lecture that I give, I make it a point to go against the regulations and invite discussion and questions. From my side, I don't have any. I'm a highly questionable character, and wherever I go, I allow people to ask questions. So it's not to me. It's left to the organizers, the chairperson, the others, whether they want to have a question-answer session or not. But from my side, I'm humble enough to be questioned on each and every point that I have made. And so I leave it to the chairperson and the organizer's decision. I thank the organizers once again for giving me this opportunity, and to this university with a lot of flora and fauna, as the Vice Chancellor said. I also give credit to the people to having invited me to this university. And let's hope that next time, nobody will be held hostage and kept away from their food. Thank you very much.
Sir, any queries, please ask. Sure. Okay.
And there are many men. Ramaya. I know many Coorgis. Dasanda, Peddamada, Naikanda, Ajjamada, all those families. And they cannot marry. The same families cannot marry. They are highly exogamous. And there are plenty of gods and goddess names. Recently, no, quite old. My friend is 75-year-old. Her brother was, one is Ramaya, another is Krishnaya. They died very recently. Okay. Not too many. Here and there are some names. Ganpati is quite common among Kurgis. Subramani is also there. Subramani is also. Yeah.
Sir. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Abdul Kalam, sir, for a wonderful deliberation on family, the kinship nucleus through the ages. Sir has enlightened to conceptual clarification on family, kinship, and changes through his ages. With he shared his experiences based on his field work. Once again, on behalf of the KSA and Sri K. Malur Ishwaran College, VU College, Dharwad. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Professor S.L. Hiremat, sir?
I'm right behind you.
Yes, sir.
And I also overrule if there are any more questions. Yeah, it's my prerogative to allow or not to allow any questions to be asked. But it's not because of, lack of understanding that we have, but because we are running out of time, because a very good afternoon to you all. Actually, I wanted to wish you good morning, and now it is good afternoon, and fortunately, it is not good evening as well, and maybe tomorrow I'll be doing that. So, we have on the dais Professor Kalamji, and his name itself, carries a distinct aura or respect or an admiration where it automatically gets suffixed with G. So, Professor Kalamji and Mrs. Kalamji, and we are again indeedly so fortunate to have with us, amidst us, Professor Gurumurthy and Mrs. Gurumurthy. And it's an added attraction or an added, what we can say, worth to this audience, because we also have kin of Professor K. Ishwaran. And we also have so many, ardent admirers of K. Ishwaran. And I was just counting the number of audience here, because it's my habit all the time, because I served as registrar for 2 universities, and registrars were asked to keep count of people in the audience. So naturally, we had audience oscillating between 183 and 195 in an auditorium which can hold about 1,000 people. That was quite a meager one, because, as a person who has been long associated with this kind of conferences, I'm instinctually reminded that any schedule or any session which is scheduled prior or preceding lunch runs the risk of losing the audience. Naturally, though, because hunger is a very strong instinct which drives us to the dining table a couple of times in a day, and that's the reason why I would like to be as brief as possibly can, in the sense, as brief as I possibly can on the mic, so that we'll be not detained any longer. So we indeed had an exemplary, memorial lecture. And this memorial lecture, as I understand, is an event or an occasion on which, we offer our tributes or pay homage to a scholar of, exceptional scholarship or a creative genius of rare eminence, so as to derive inspiration or impetus or even impulse to be worthy of his admirers. And that is what we have gathered here to do. And incidentally, also must be knowing, Professor K. Ishwaran was born on 1st of November, 2022. And that makes it the first of this November as the 100th birth anniversary of Professor K. Ishwaran. And we are celebrating his birth centenary. And on an occasion, we have this kind of a memorial lecture, which gets, incidentally or coincidentally, we are in the midst of his birth centenary as well. And that adds a little more of what we say sanctity to the memorial lecture that we are having today. So, Professor K. Ishwaran was introduced to you through and through. And again, I don't want to repeat the same thing. A few things which I have heard about him that would like to share with you all. That is, Professor Ishwaran, besides being a giant of a genius and an intellectual of rare, rare ingenuity for that matter, was also incarnation of modesty and simplicity, or personification of integrity and sincerity, and by any angle for that matter. Because of that, they used to call us as a exemplary human being by any measure or even from any angle. But besides being a cultured, or besides being with this kind of a cultured humility, he was an uncompromising and obdurate intellectual, innately obsessed, with upholding the principles of academic ethics, or even, the cause of academic freedom and autonomy, and the kind of traits or the qualities that are not palatable, or they are unpalatable or indigestible or even undesirable in the orthodox, the oligarchic and elitist system of university that we have. And because of that, this doyen of social anthropology and a genius of rare eminence was not accorded the accolade, the recognition, or the repute that he so richly deserved. Because in his, whatever we have come to know about him, that he was never given the kind of a recognition that, he so richly deserved for having done pioneering work in different, spheres of sociology as well as social anthropology. And that ultimately makes us so sad. And the memorial lectures like this would again remind us what kind of a genius he was, and what has been his seminal contribution to, the subject of, and again, whether we have to call him as a sociologist, whether you have to call him as a literary person, or whether you have to call him an anthropologist is again a debatable question. Because to be very safe, we call him as a social anthropologist, because he studied the society from sociological point of view or sociological perspective, as well as from, anthropological perspective. So, though he was not, accorded the kind of accolade that he deserved, he always, because as I have spoken to people, in the sense, it's so rare coincidence again here, that we have the academic son of Professor Ishwaran in Professor Gurumurtiji, and we have academic grandson in Professor Kalam. And it's indeed a rare coincidence, and also they happen to meet here on the centenary year of Professor K. Ishwaran. That is really heartening to know and heartening to be aware of. So he, being such a person with this kind of a cultured humility, he endeared himself to any person, or not only a person who came in close contact to him, but also a lot more of those who were not fortunate to be in his close contact, or to be in his, to be in his contact individually or even institutionally. And I'm one among those unfortunates. So actually, in the program sheet, they have written 10 minutes against my name, and I never wanted to exceed it. And I think I have taken only 5 minutes. I'm half as good or half as bad as a chairperson. So, you must be thinking that I am good at it. So with these few words, I would like to thank Professor Kalam once again immensely for having made it all the way to be amidst us this afternoon, to pay homage and to offer our tributes to such great, son of soil on a solemn occasion like this. And what to say, we have Professor Ajim Again, another name no less illustrious, because Ajim Premji is again so famous. And we have Professor Subhash Natikar, a young, dynamic, and potentially promising, youngster in our discipline. And we have I always call, my association with Professor Somshekar, because is there any other Somshekar? Yeah, because I always call him, I never call him as Somshekar or Somshekarappa, I call him as Somya. So I have another student of mine who is Somshekar, who is professor in Bangalore University. Whenever I call him Somya, he gets offended. Because so that is the situation, and he is a kind of a unrelenting persuader. And he got me trapped into this role this morning. Otherwise, I was not, I wouldn't have been here on the stage. And I must also thank him for this opportunity. And I must thank the donors who have sponsored this, memorial lecture. And with due regards and respects to all of you, let me take leave of you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much for chair the session, Professor Shailesh sir. ಈಗ ಈ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತಿರುವಂತಹ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಹಿರಿಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ನವರ ಒಡನಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಸಮಾಜ ಕಾರ್ಯ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿ ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಡನಾಟವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಹಿರಿಯರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ GS ಗುರುಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ಕಲಾಂ ಸರು ಮತ್ತು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ SL ಹಿರೇಮಠ್ ಸರು, ಸೋಮಶೇಖರಪ್ಪ ಸರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅವರನ್ನು ಸನ್ಮಾನಿಸಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಬಿಡು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಸುಭಾಷ್, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಸಂಗತಿಯನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಅವರು 1995ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಯುರೋಪಿಯನ್ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ನೀಡಲು ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು. ಆವಾಗ ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಯುರೋಪಿಯನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಕೌಟುಂಬಿಕ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗತಿಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ತಮ್ಮ ವಿಷಾದವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದರು. ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವೇ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ವಿಷಾದವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದರು. ಬಹುಶಃ ನಾನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದು ಹೋಮ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಗೆ ಬರುವುದು ಇದೇ ಕೊನೆಯ ದಿನಗಳಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಅದು 1995 ಅಕ್ಟೋಬರ್ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಕೆಲವು ದಿನಗಳ ನಂತರ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅಗಲಿದರು, ಅದೇ ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಅಂತಹ ಹೃದಯವಂತ ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಅವರ ಮೆಮೊರಿಯಲ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಈಗ ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ
Vidulata Gowder, daughter of Professor Gurmurthy, who stays in Chicago, works as a computer scientist. She has a small announcement to make that she would like to contribute some money in lump sum to the Department of Sociology at Karnataka University to arrange some programs in memory of Professor K. Ishwaran in the years to come. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Vidulata Gowder. Thank you.
ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ನಾಟಿಕರ್ ಅವರು ವಂದನಾರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ವಿಭಾಗದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ 14ನೇ KSA ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್, ಇದರಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 2ನೇ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಮೆಮೊರಿಯಲ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್, ಈ ಒಂದು ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಉತ್ತಮವಾದಂಥ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ನೀಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಂ ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ಕಲಾಂ, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಆಂಥ್ರೋಪಾಲಜಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಮದ್ರಾಸ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕದ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ಕಲಾಂ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ KSA ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಗುರುಲಿಂಗೆ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಗುರುಲಿಂಗ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಹಿರಿಯರು, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೋಷಾಲಜಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗಾ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಗುಜರಾತ್, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ SL ಹಿರೇಮಠ್ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ KSA ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಮೆಮೊರಿಯಲ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂಥ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹಿರಿಯ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಹಾಗೂ ಮಾಜಿ ಕುಲಸಚಿವರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ CS ಸೋಮಶೇಖರಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂಥ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಮೆಮೊರಿಯಲ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಏರ್ಪಾಡು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರೇ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಸೋಮಶೇಖರಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರು. ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ, ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಎಫರ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೇ ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೋಚರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶೌಕತ್ ಅಜೀಂ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕದ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಂದ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶೌಕತ್ ಅಜೀಂ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಬರಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಎಸ್, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹಿರಿಯ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಗುರುಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧು ಬಳಗದವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ KSA ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕದ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ್ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯಲು ಕಾರಣೀಕರ್ತರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ಮಿತ್ರಗಳಿಗೆ KSA ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮತ್ತು ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕಂತ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮುಂಭಾಗದ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂಥ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ನಾಟೇಕರ್ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಊಟವಾದ ನಂತರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇದೇ ಹಾಲ್ಗೆ ಬಂದು ಸೇರಬೇಕು. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗ್ತವೆ.
Professor Somshekhar sir, Professor and Chairman, Department of Sociology, Bangalore University, Bengaluru. So he is chairing this session. I would like to welcome on behalf of this conference, welcome you sir. Speaker 2, the second speaker is Professor Prashant HD, Professor of Sociology, Kannada University, Hampi. So I would like to welcome on behalf of this conference. This session is co-chaired by Professor Chandrika KB, Professor of Sociology, Rani Chennamma University, Belgavi. Madam, you are welcome on behalf of this conference. This session is reported by Dr. Nagaraj S., Assistant Professor of Sociology, Tumkuru University, Tumkuru. Welcome you, sir. I also welcome all the dignitaries of the stage. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Krupalini ma'am. Now, I would like to request Professor Jayashree ma'am to speak. Professor Jayashree ma'am, Professor of Sociology, Karnataka University, Dharwad. She speaks 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. All the dignitaries on the dais, as well as senior professors who are assembled here. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to talk about some aspects of health issues, and I'm talking on functionalism to Foucauldian discourses on socio-cultural dimensions of health, illness, and social care. Actually here, I'm not, without any preamble and introduction, I'm going to straight away to my topic. Here I'm going to introduce, there are 4 perspectives I would like to. One is on functionalism, second is political economy perspective, and third is social constructionist perspective, and last one, lay perspectives. These are the 4 perspectives actually I thought of. Besides that, Goffman's stigma theory and Ulrich Beck's risk theory, I wanted to, but time doesn't permit me to go for that. Here, I'm straight away coming to the point of functionalism. And here, why I'm telling this functionalism to Foucauldian discourses on health, whatever they speak, whatever the notions or tenets of functionalism or Foucauldian aspects, these are all related to COVID-19. Maybe sometimes we feel that some of the aspects, for example, 1960s, Talcott Parson has given sick role theory. In that theory, it may not be so appropriate right now, but during COVID-19, it was appropriate. That is why I have chosen this topic, Functionalist perspective focused on the social order and harmony, and it is interested in how doctor and other professionals actually help people to cope with illness and diseases. Functionalists view illness as a social deviance, and it should be elevated as soon as possible. Like COVID-19, we wanted to elevate as soon as possible by various measures, state measures, policy measures, or distancing, or curfew, lockdown, and other aspects. And functionalists argue that feeling of stigma, shame, and vulnerability is associated with diseases. Stigma, shame, and vulnerability was associated with COVID-19 patients. So stigma was associated because, for example, when they stick on the gate that this house is contaminated or infected. So that is a stigma which was vulnerability. Patients were vulnerable during that time. That is why I have taken this. And medicine, doctors, and healthcare workers act necessary institutions of social control and moral guardian of society to control this potentially disruptive nature of illness. So here, moral guardians, these professionals, healthcare workers, and doctors. And here, American sociologist Talcott Parsons' viewpoint about sick role theory, doctor-patient relationship, social aspects of the institution of medicine, medicine as a profession. These are the aspects which are closely related to COVID-19, and here we can do some research on these issues for further study. And political economic perspective is as against functionalist perspective, which was emerged during 1980s, and it was also known as critical structuralism. And it attacked on capitalistic economy, and key component of health is struggle, according to them. And for political economists, aged people and women, marginalized, low class and caste people, and disabled people were not contribute to the production of commodities. That is why they will be relegated and they are marginalized. During COVID-19, women, aged, unemployed, labor class, as well as migrant laborers have lot of problems, as well as they have greater social economic disadvantages than those from privileged groups. That is why it serves the perpetuate, or political economists pointed out that it perpetuates the social inequalities and divide between privileged and underprivileged. So there was a clear-cut distinction during COVID-19 that there was a privileged group and underprivileged group. Privileged group had everything in their hand, and underprivileged group did not have anything. Even for the food, they have to struggle a lot. These kind of things can be taken up for the future discourse for the students also. According to them, healthcare under capitalism is perceived as largely ineffective. Actually, in American society, it was ineffective and overly expressive and under-regulated and vastly inequitable. And it was not equitable because people from the lower rung did not get proper facilities during COVID-19. And here they pointed out that there is a medicalization aspects, high status of medical profession and faith of people in them that can do miracles led to social issues such as medicalization. And Zola, he has pointed out that medicine is becoming major institution of social control and superseding law and religion during COVID time. And they pointed out that medical system removing the autonomy of the patients and control their own health. They cannot control their own health during COVID-19, and they have become dependent on medicine. Both functionalism and political economists see medicine as a moral exercise. However, according to political economists, this power is more harmful than benevolent, like functionalist theories. And here there is one problem with political economists, that they have not concentrated on micro aspects of the society, micro social issues. For example, Professor Indra Madam has pointed out micro social issues, social labs, indigenous studies. We have to concentrate. That issue has not been actually concentrated by this political economist perspective. And there are some other, criticisms, but I'm not giving that and skipping that. And one more thing is, while criticizing political economy perspective, Hart and Turner, they have pointed out that socialist states are not successful in reducing health inequalities, and they have been historically worse than that of population of capitalist societies. Some capitalist society or socialist societies, all those societies were not able to cope up these COVID-19 issues. And now I come to social constructionist approach. This is actually concentrated on patient-doctor relationship. It was in 1980s and 90s. This perspective received much expression in sociology of health and illness. Actually, Foucault is an influential person who has talked about power and knowledge. Power, knowledge, and the anatomical mapping and medicalization, all these aspects he is concentrating. Foucault's work actually pointed out that he has questioned the existence of essential truths which are prevailing in society. According to him, all knowledge is a product of social relations. See, for example, in the COVID wave, first wave, second wave, and third wave, see, social relations have produced knowledge. Here, constructionists pointed out that knowledge is not universal. This aspect can be applied here. And knowledge is not static. Knowledge subjected to change rather than fixed. We don't have any fixed knowledge about COVID-19 during pandemic. For example, in WhatsApp, Google Guru, and so many people have, some common people talked about whatever, that is Corona Devi, and it is the wrath of the God, and it is because of the common sin we have been punished. So many issues have come up. So these are all, knowledge is not fixed, it is dynamic, and people, because of their social relations and complex social relations, has produced many myths regarding this COVID-19. For example, participants here, people or participants construct their own reality. What they have seen, what they have experienced, what they have experienced in their day-to-day life, what is good for them, what is bad for them, what is evil, what is good. Everything has complexities, and in that complexities, people have constructed their reality. That is a social constructionist approach. Foucault is interested in medicalized body. This is what we have to concentrate. For him, body is the ultimate site of political and ideological control. See, our body is not ours. During COVID, it happened like that. Many of us pointed out that our body is not in our control. Somebody else, the other, or keeping social distancing and other things, because if somebody sneezes, we get diseases. We will be infected. So, body is not in our control. Here, he views, or Foucault views, medicine as a major institution of power in labeling bodies. And as normal, medicine has medical people, medical professionals have classified people as normal and abnormal, hygiene and unhygiene body, controlled and needful for control, or men and women, youth and aged, stigmatized and normal, infected and non-infected. These are all binaries they have used during COVID-19, because it is because of the professionals, medical professionals have medicalized these body. And according to him, his famous book, Birth of a Clinic, which was published in 1975, he has referred anatomical atlas. Anatomical atlas, according to him, stethoscopes, blood tests, microscopes, ultrasounds, routine checkups, physical checkups, hospitalization, development of disciplines such as anatomy, physiology, psychiatrist or psychiatry, radiology, surgery, and the institutionalization of hospital, all these have exercised power upon body. So this is called an anatomical atlas. These are all things that have actually controlled our body. And these are the things which has actually put more harm on human body according to him. At the same time, bodies are under constant monitor, discipline and surveillance. So he says that power and knowledge, these two are interplaying with the body. and medicalized body is his favorite word or concept. And he talked about medical encounter. When he is talking about medical encounter, patients reveal secrets of their body. All of us, whenever we go to doctor, we cannot, now ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋದರೆ ಏನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. So like that, we are not keeping our secrets within us. So secrets of the body, history of our body, and we speak sometimes, we reveal sometimes we confess also. For example, alcoholics, cigarette smokers, or some, for example, they confess, yes, I have done so much of things. I have eaten, diabetes patients, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ಸ್ವೀಟ್ ತಿಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಹಬ್ಬದ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವೀಟ್ ತಿಂದು ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ. They are confessing. They are actually interacting with the doctors. And during this encounter, he says that medical encounter is one of the aspects which can be studied further. And how doctors to patient relationship. ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋದಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿರ್ತಾರೆ 2 ಮಾತ್ರೆ ತೊಗೊಳ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಇವ್ರು 2 ಮಾತ್ರೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದೇ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅರ್ಧ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನೆನ್ಪೋಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಫರ್ದರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ಡ್. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅವರ್ sociology teachers and sociologists also. During encounter, ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ನೆಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಿಸಿಬಲ್ ಟು ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹರ್ಡ್. ನಾವು ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರು ವಿಸಿಬಲ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ದೇ ಪುಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ ದರ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ಯಾರಾಡೈಮ್ ಆರ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರೊಳಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನೊಳಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಈ ಟಿಶ್ಯೂ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೆಮ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಂದರೆ ಕೆಮ್ಮೋದು ಯಾಕೆ, ದರ್ ಆರ್ ಮೆನಿ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದೆಮ್. ಅಸ್ತಮ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಸಾರ್ಸ್ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಫಾರಿನಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದ ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್, ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ದಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್, ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್, ಹಿ ಸೇಸ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಸುಪ್ರೀಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಸರ್ವಿಲೆನ್ಸ್, he says. It's a surveillance on our body. Body as an object as well as subject, tested and to be examined. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಫೂಕೋ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಇನ್ ಸಮ್ ಕೇಸಸ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಈಸ್ ಓನ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ದಿ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. Body is not mine, it is owned by medical system. I am going to a doctor and I am exposed to them and doing whatever they want. Sometimes during surgery, this medical encounter will reveal everything for a person unknown to us. That is the thing, medical gaze. See, medical gaze is how doctors modify patients' story fitting into biomedical paradigm. I am giving all the information to them and they will discuss in front of me. One of the patient who has KBs, ಕಜ್ಜಿ ಅಂತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಮೈ ತುಂಬ ಇತ್ತು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದಾಗ he has expressed, ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಕಜ್ಜಿ ಇದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಬಾಡಿದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಅಂಗಿನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವನನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ವರ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದೆಮ್ಸೆಲ್ಸ್, ಡಿಸ್ಕಸಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಅ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ he must be having. It may be scabies, it may be this, it may be that. He may be having some skin issues. ಅವನ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಅವನ ಅಪ್ಪನ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಅವನ ಅಜ್ಜನ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ, and at the same time where he has gone, what he has worn, see everything, what he has eaten, ಏನು ತಿಂದಿದೆಯಾ, ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದೆಯಾ, ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಗೇಸನ್ನು ಆ ಪ್ಯಾರಾಡೈಮ್ ಆರ್ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಕಾಲ್ ಪ್ಯಾರಾಡೈಮ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ತಂದಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವನು ಅದನ್ನು ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಫೂಕೋ ಬುಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಅವನು ಏನಂದರೆ, ನನಗೆ ಐ ಫೀಲ್ ಎಂಬರಾಸ್ಡ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಹಾಫ್ ನೇಕೆಡ್. ಸೊ ಇನ್ ಫ್ರಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಎ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಏನೂ ಅನಿಸಲ್ಲ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಟು. ನನಗೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂಥರ ನಾಚಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ನಾನು ಹಿಂಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಏನೋ ಅವರವ್ರ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. So in that case, medical gaze, we have to think again. Modify patient story into a biomedical paradigm. And here, social gaze is missing here. What kind of a social gaze we need? That is missing in Foucault ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಅವನು. Medical gaze, okay, but social gaze, social determinants of ill health and diseases are missing. Sometimes ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ old patient is better than new patient ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಲೇ ಪರ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ಸ್. ನಂಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೇನೆ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಸಿ. ಲೇ ಪರ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. Other 3 perspectives, you feel that it is Foucauldian, it is going on the head, and target person is irrelevant, and conflict perspective not exist. These are the things you feel. But I feel all three perspectives which I have talked so far is very much relevant and related to COVID-19. Whichever the aspects you call out, it will be related to our COVID-19 experiences of the people. Now I am going to concentrate on lay perspectives. What is this lay perspective and common perspective? And in medieval Europe, I'll concentrate on medieval Europe and some of the aspects which is related to us also. Even in our culture, Shushruta and Charaka, they have mentioned that food is our medicine, medicine is our food. That concept should be incorporated and how we have done it. That aspects I will come to later on. In medieval Europe, illness and causes of illness were collected through personal artifacts like diaries, like personal letters and some journals. And especially Reverend Ralph Jocelyn, his discussion on health and illness of his family for 40 years. He has collected all the information. In his diary, he has done all the notings or scribed everything. 40 years. And he found that during that time, life expectancy was lower for women, lower for city dwellers, and lower for poor. See, these things, now it has reversed. Now life expectancy for women is more. We cannot go back and say that once medieval Europe it was happened, now it is not. Yes, there is a change. So 40 years of what you call diary reading of Jocelyn has given us some insights with regard to causes of ill health. And here, death was expected outcome of disease. Death was real outcome. Soon after deceased person, today Khan was telling 23.8 years of life expectancy during 1872. That time, see, death was very sure and expected outcome of disease, but not now. We cannot say that death is a outcome of, disease is the outcome, death is the outcome of disease. Death is not the outcome of disease. Disease will continue and it will further continue. Death is the ultimate one. We don't know. We are suffering from so many diseases. Day-to-day life, even youngsters, for example, they are suffering from BP, sugar, cholesterol. Our young, elders are better. They have decent life patterns or lifestyles most probably. That is why they are sustaining, but not young people. Young people are prone to diseases nowadays because of many things. For that, political economists have pointed out that MNCs and chemically loaded foods and junk foods and one more thing is about pesticides used in the agriculture. These are the things which are again they attack on capitalist society, because capitalism, in order to increase the production is the only thing. In order to increase the production, in order to satisfy the hungry stomachs, bellies, they produced many more food items. That is why indirectly it affected the health of the people. Earlier, we never used to have chemical fertilizers and high yield varieties of seeds, genetically modified foods. All those things were not there. I have to continue. Okay, 1 minute. And Middle Ages, monasteries played an important role. And religion and secular healing system was there. Enlightenment, during Enlightenment period, religious explanation lost its potency. Both doctors and lay people pointed out that this good health is the outcome of the good exercise. Health is secured and maintained by proper diet, regular evacuation, proper exercise, adequate sleep, healthy environment, and regulation of passions. But layman's opinion about health, when I had some studies on health issues, when I asked what is meaning of health, WHO definition ಅನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ನೀವು ಓದಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಅದನ್ನು, ಫಿಸಿಕಲು ಮೆಂಟಲು ಅದು ಇದು ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಲೇಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಿ ನೀವು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದರೆ, ಕಲ್ಲು ತಿಂದು ಕಲ್ಲು ಅರಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾನಲ್ಲ ಅವನೇ ಹೆಲ್ದಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಜೀರ್ಣ ಆಗ್ತದಲ್ಲ ಅವನೇ ಹೆಲ್ದಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, 80 ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, 85 ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಯಾರದೇ ಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಾನೇ ಹೆಲ್ದಿ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಅವನು. With all these diseases, a layman perspective of health is different than WHO perspective and what we speak sociologist. Causes of ill health are diverse in nature. And here, based on the experiences of illness, disease, medical encounter, health care, recovery vary in nature. And patient's life world is very important. We never think about patient's life world. ಜೀವ ಜಗತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಪೇಷಂಟಲ್ಲೇ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅವನ ಒಂದು ಜೀವ ಜಗತ್ತು ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಲೈಫ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಟೆಡ್ and here shape their responses to medical advice. Sometimes what happens, individual get health beliefs from friends. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ನನಗೆ ತಲೆನೋವು ಅಂದರೆ ತಲೆನೋವಿಗೆ ಏನೂ ಬೇಡ, ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ನೀರು ಕುಡೀರಿ, ತಲೆನೋವು ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತಾನೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬನ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ತಲೆನೋವಿಗೆ ಬೇಡ, ಒಂದು ಅನಾಸಿನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ಫೋಕ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ illness or folk medicines, mass media, for example WhatsApp, they are giving ಮೊಸರು ತಿಂದ ನಂತರ ಅದನ್ನು ತಿನ್ನಬೇಡಿ, ಇದನ್ನು ತಿಂದ ನಂತರ ಅದನ್ನು ತಿನ್ನಬೇಡಿ, ಹಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ತಿನ್ನಿ ನಂತರ ಅನ್ನ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ, ಸೊ ಅನ್ನನೇ ತಿನ್ನಬೇಡಿ. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ ಕಾಮನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ಸ್, ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ, ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು, ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಿ, ಗೂಗಲ್ ಗುರು, ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್, ಸಮ್ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಕಮ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ವೇ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಇದು ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಗೊಂಡು ಒಬ್ಬನ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋದರೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅವ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಓದಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನೀವು ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ಟನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಓದಿ ಬರಬೇಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನೀವು ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಓದಿ ಬಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದೆಮ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆರ್ ಅನದರ್ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಾಟ್ ಕರೋನಾ ದೇವಿ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಗುಡಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಭೈರವನಿಗೆ ಇದು ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕಾಂತಾರ ಫಿಲ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿರ್ಬೋದು ನೀವು, ದೈವಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಹೆಲ್ತಿಗೆ ರಿಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ವೆನ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಪ್ಸೆಟ್ ವಿ ರಿಲೇಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಸೊ ಇದು ಕಾಮನ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್. ಸೊ ಇನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನರ್ ಸಮ್ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ವೇ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹೈಲಿ ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎ doctor, and not educated, illiterate also threat for a doctor because they are not able to compromise. And narratives of ill health has ಒಂದೇ ನಿಮಿಷ, narratives of ill health we have to concentrate because narratives of ill health ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ narratives ಇಂದ ನಮಗೆ we will come to know many things. See, health experiences, ill health experiences is not to be explained by others. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ದಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪೇಷಂಟ್. ನನಗೆ ನೋವು ಬಂದರೆ ನಾನು ನೋವನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ನನ್ನ ನೋವು ನನಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಡಿಯರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಿಯರ್ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಅವರು ನನ್ನ ನೋವನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ಮೇ ಪ್ಯಾಸಿಫೈ ಮೀ, ದೇ ಮೇ ಗಿವ್ ಮಾರಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಟು ಮೀ, ಬಟ್ ನಾಟ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಮೈ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಆಗ ಈ ನರೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನು ಫ್ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ತ್ರೀ, ಒಂದೇ ನಿಮಿಷ, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ತ್ರೀ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಈಸ್ ರೆಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಅವನು, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕ್ಯಾಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ, ದಿ ಅದರ್ ಒನ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ. ಈ ಮೂರು ನರೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ಅವನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಈಸ್ ಹೌ ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಆರ್ ಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಇಲ್ನೆಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೌ ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಔಟ್ ಅಂತ. ಎರಡನೇ ಸ್ಟೋರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಡಿಸೀಸಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್. ಆ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಆದಾಗ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಅಂತ, ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಅದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಆರ್ ಪೆಸಿಮಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಅಂತ ಫ್ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ we are learning, this is the last one, we are learning things, we have undergone the disease, we have undergone the ill health, and we have come out or not come out. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಲರ್ನ್ಡ್ ಸಮ್ ಲೆಸನ್ಸ್. ಯಾವ ಲೆಸನ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಅಂದರೆ, COVID-19 ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಅಸ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಮೆನಿ ಲೆಸನ್ಸ್. ಹೈಜೀನ್ ಲೆಸನ್ ಮೊದಲು ಇತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ, ಹೈಜೀನ್ ಲೆಸನ್. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಈಗ ಕೈ ತೊಳಿತಾರೆ ಊಟಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಕೈ ತೊಳೆಯೋ ಒಂದು ಮನಸ್ಸಾದರೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೊದಲು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೈಜೀನ್ ಲೆಸನ್ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಲರ್ನ್ಡ್. ವಾಟ್ ಆಲ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಲರ್ನ್ಡ್. ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಶಿಪ್, ಯಾರೋ ಹೇಳಿದರು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ, ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಭಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಹೇಳಿದರು ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನು. ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ಡ್. ಕೆಲವು ಸರಿ ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ಲಿ, ನಾಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ಲಿ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ನೇಬರ್ಹುಡ್ ಹೆಂಗಿತ್ತು, ರಿಸ್ಕ್, ಸ್ಟಿಗ್ಮಾ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೋವಿಡ್. ಸಾರಿ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮೈ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಐ ಫೀಲ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಲಿಟಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇನ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಟು, ವಿತ್ ಅ ಹರಿ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್. Thank you very much for the organizers for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you so much, Professor Jayashree, for giving the idea of valuable perspectives. Now, I would like to request Professor Prashant HD to speak for 20 minutes.
ಸಭೆಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಹಿರಿಯರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ. 50 ವರ್ಷ ಸೋಷಾಲಜಿ ಕಲಿಸಿ 5-6 ಜನ್ರೇಷನನ್ನು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿರೋರು ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂತಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಪ್ಪ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಆತಂಕ. ಅದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಧೈರ್ಯ, ಮಂಡ ಧೈರ್ಯ, ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ತಿತ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನೆಂದರೆ, ನೋಡೇ ಬಿಡೋಣ, ಅವ್ರು ಸರಿನಾ ನಾವು ಸರಿನಾ ಅನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ನನಗೆ ಈ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಕಮಿಟಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ವಿಷಯ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್, ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಟೈಟಲ್ನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಪಾತ್ರ, ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ಒಳನೋಟಗಳು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕನ್ಫೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪರ್ಸೆಪ್ಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ, ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ರಾಜ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ವಿಶಾಲವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಷುವಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಟೈಟಲ್ನ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಪಾತ್ರ, ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ಒಳನೋಟಗಳು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಡೀ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಏನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ನನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ನೀವು ಕಲಿಸಿದ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳನ್ನು, ಅದನ್ನು ಇದೇ ನವೆಂಬರ್ 3ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ತುಮಕೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮದರ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮತ್ತು ಆಧಾರ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ಕಸ್ತೂರಿ ಎನ್ನುವ ಒಬ್ಬ ದುಡಿಯುವ ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಆಕೆಯ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಂತಹ 2 ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮತ್ತು ಆಕೆಯ 5 ವರ್ಷದ ಮಗು, ಆ ಮಗುಗೆ ಇಡೀ ನನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ವಿಷಯ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಏನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಲ್ವಾ, ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ VN ಭಟ್ ಅವರು, ಮೊಹಂತಿ ಅವರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು, ಜಯಶ್ರೀ ಅವರು, AM ಖಾನ್ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟರ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಆತಂಕ ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೂ ಕಾಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಆತಂಕ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೇಪರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಎಮರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಇರೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅವರ ಪರ್ಸೆಪ್ಷನ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಷನ್. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಎಮರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ತುರ್ತು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ತುಮಕೂರಿನ ಘಟನೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೀ ನನ್ನ ಪೇಪರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ 7 ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮೊದಲನೇದು ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆ, ಯಾವ ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಪೂರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಘಟನೆಗಳು ನಡೀತು, ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಘಟನೆಗಳು ನಡೀತು, ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನಂತರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಘಟನೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಪ್ರಕರಣಗಳು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಷಣದ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ವೆಚ್ಚ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ GDPನಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ವೆಚ್ಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಏರಿಳಿತಗಳಾಗಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಯಾವ ಏರಿಳಿತದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದರ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಎಕಾನಮಿ ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮೂರನೇ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾಕೆಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಚರ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಎಷ್ಟನ್ನ ಹಣವನ್ನು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಗೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ₹1 ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಡಾಟಾ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್, ಮಾಹಿತಿಯ ತಿರುಚುವಿಕೆ, ಅಂಕಿ ಅಂಶಗಳ ತಿರುಚುವಿಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೆಟ್ಟದಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು, ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋವಿಡಿಂದ ಆದಂಥ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಂತರ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಎ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಕಳೆದ 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 60-65 ವರ್ಷಗಳು ನಾವು ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಆಶಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಹೊಸ ಸಮಾಜ ಕಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಬಿಕ್ಕಟ್ಟುಗಳನ್ನು ಪರಿಹರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೆ, ಮೊದಲಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಅನೇಕ ಡಿಸೀಸಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನಿಂದ, ಡಿಸೆಂಟ್ರಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ನಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಪೌಷ್ಟಿಕತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯನ್ನು ತಂದ್ವಿ. MMR ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯನ್ನು ತಂದ್ವಿ, IMR ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತಂದ್ವಿ, ಮತ್ತು CMR ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತಂದ್ವಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಪೋಲಿಯೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತಂದ್ವಿ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಸ್ಟೇಟು, ರಾಜ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಸಮುದಾಯವನ್ನು ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ತಲುಪಿಸಿದ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಬಲವಾದ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಎದುರಿಸಿದಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ಬಿಕ್ಕಟ್ಟುಗಳು, ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನ ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನಂತರ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಗಳಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಡೀ ನನ್ನ ಪೇಪರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ನ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ನ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ ಜಾನ್ ರಾಲ್ಸಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ವರೆಗೆ ಏನು ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ನ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ತಲುಪ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಕಸ್ತೂರಿನೇ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಕಸ್ತೂರಿ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 21 ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಜೀವಿಸುವ ಹಕ್ಕು ಇರುವ ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಇರಲಿಲ್ವಾ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಇಡೀ ನನ್ನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಯೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಡಿಬೇಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಈ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ರು ಚರ್ಚೆನಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ, ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂತಹ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾನ ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದವರು, ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಸಭೆ ತಣ್ಣಗಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ರಜಿಯಾ ಬೇಗಮ್ ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳು ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲ, ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ಬನ್ನಿ, ಆದರ್ಶ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಗಾಂಧಿವಾದಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಟಿವ್ಸು ತುಂಬ ಜನ ವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ನಡೀತದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಎದ್ದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ರಜಿಯಾ ಬೇಗಮ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಎಂಡಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ಕೊಡೋದಾದರೆ ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಮುಂದುವರೆದು ನೆಹರು ಅವರು ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೆದಾಗ ನೆಹರು ಅವರು ಇಂಟರ್ಫಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಂಟರ್ಫಿಯರ್ ಆಗೋದಾದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ರಜಿಯಾ ಬೇಗಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ರಜಿಯಾ ಬೇಗಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ, ಸಮಾನತೆ ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಮೋಕ್ರಸಿಗೆ, ಈಕ್ವಿಟಿಗೆ, ಜಸ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಫೆಟರ್ನಿಟಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೂ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬೇಡ, ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಡೀ ಸಭೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ ಆಫ್ ಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವಿಸಮ್ನ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡೋದಾದರೆ, ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಶೋಷಣೆ ರಹಿತವಾದ, ಹಿಂಸರಹಿತವಾದ ಮತ್ತು ಘನತೆಯ, ಡಿಗ್ನಿಟಿಗೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಇರ್ತದೋ ಆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಇಡೀ ನನ್ನ ಪೇಪರ್ನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಇಡೀ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಆಗಲೇ ಮಿಶೆಲ್ ಫುಕೋ ಅವರ ದಿ ಬರ್ತ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಕ್ಲಿನಿಕ್, ದ ಆರ್ಕೈವ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಅನ್ನುವ ಪುಸ್ತಕದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ 1963ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು 16th ಸೆಂಚುರಿ ಮತ್ತು 17th ಸೆಂಚುರಿ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಅವರು 18th ಸೆಂಚುರಿ ಮತ್ತು 19th ಸೆಂಚುರಿಯ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆಗಳನ್ನು, ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾಕ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲ್ಗಳು ಬಂತು, ಹೇಗೆ ಬಂತು, ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ, ರಾಜಕೀಯ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಫುಕೋ ಇಡೀ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅರ್ಥ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದಾಗ, ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಒಂದು 2015ರಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಂಗ್ಯೂ ನದಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನವದೆಹಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜಧಾನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಗುಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಡೆಂಗ್ಯೂ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಡೆಂಗ್ಯೂ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಮಗುಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಷ್ಟರೊಳಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಇರೋಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಡೆಂಗ್ಯೂಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊನೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೂಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆ ಮಗು ಸತ್ತೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಇಬ್ಬರು ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಗಳು ತಾವು ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ ಮನೆ ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬಿದ್ದು ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. 2016 ಆಗಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಒಡಿಸ್ಸಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಆಂಬ್ಯುಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗದಲ್ಲೇ ತನ್ನ ಮೃತ ಹೆಂಡತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೆಗಲ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರ ಊರಿಗೆ ಸಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನೆ. 2017ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಇದೇ ಆಗಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕರಣ ನಡೀತದೆ. 4 ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲಿ 64 ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಗೋರಖ್ಪುರದ ಬಾಬಾ ರಾಘವ್ ದಾಸ್ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಬಹಳ ಸರಳ, ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ನು ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಆಗಿರಲ್ಲ. ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೋ ಅವನಿಗೆ 64 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನು ಆ ಗೋರಖ್ಪುರ್ ರಾಮದಾಸ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ನವರು ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರಲ್ಲ. ಅವನು 2 ತಿಂಗಳು ಮೊದಲು 2 ಲೀಟರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ನಾನು ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಇಂಥ ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಅಂತ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಕೇವಲ 4 ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲಿ 64 ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದು 3 ಪ್ರಕರಣಗಳು ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಪೂರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಜುಲೈ 17ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಬೆಳಗಾವಿಯವರು ಯಾರು ಇದ್ದರೆ ಕೈ ಎತ್ಬೋದು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳು ಹಣ್ಣು ಮಾರುವ ಟ್ರಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನ ಗಂಡನ ಶವವನ್ನು ಪೇಪರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಪೇಪರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಆ ಮಗುನ ಆ ಗಂಡನ ದಫನ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರೂ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಅವರೇ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ದಫನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮೇನಲ್ಲಿ 2021ರಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಘಟನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಸತ್ತರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ 24 ಜನ ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್. ಈ 2 ಗೋರಖ್ಪುರ ಮತ್ತು ಈ 2 ಕೇಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಜಡ್ಜಸ್, ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಜಡ್ಜಸ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಇನ್ ಡೀಟೈಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾನು ಓದಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟೆ. ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಬರೀತಾರೆ, ಮಿಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರದ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಲಘುವಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋ ಆರೋಪ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಇದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರೀತದೆ, ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಆಡಳಿತವು ಜಾಗರೂಕವಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಅದರ ಪೂರೈಕೆದಾರರಿಂದ ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಸಕಾಲಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮರುಪೂರ್ಣ ಮಾಡುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಆಮ್ಲಜನಕವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳಬಹುದಿತ್ತು, ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ಮತ್ತು ಗೋರಖ್ಪುರದ್ದು ಇದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತು 3ನೇ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಅಂತ. ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಜುಲೈ 10ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು 2022 8 ವರ್ಷದ ಮಗು 2 ವರ್ಷದ ಮಗುನ ತನ್ನ ತೊಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಕೂತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಏನಂತಂದರೆ ಅವರಪ್ಪ ಟೈರ್ ಪಂಚರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ. 2ನೇ ವರ್ಷದ ಮಗುಗೆ ಅನಿಮಿಯಾ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ರಕ್ತಹೀನತೆಯಿಂದ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹುಷಾರಿರಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಸತ್ತೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಮಗುನ ಅವ್ರೂರಿಗೆ ಸಾಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. 2,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದರೆ ಸಾಗಿಸೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾನೆ. 2,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಈಚೆ ಕಾಂಪೌಂಡಿಗೆ ತಂದು 8 ವರ್ಷದ ಮಗುನ ಕೂರಿಸಿ ಆ ತೊಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಮಗುನ ಮನಗಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವನನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಅಲರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ 22ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಬಜರಂಗಿ ಯಾದವ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ತನ್ನ 15 ವರ್ಷದ ಮಗುನ ಹೆಗಲ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಮಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, 2 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ನಡೆದಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಮಳೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಕೊನೆಯದು ಕಸ್ತೂರಿಯವ್ರ ಘಟನೆ ನಿಮ್ಗಾಗಲೇ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಕಸ್ತೂರಿಯವ್ರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ಹಿಂಗಾಯಿತು? ಆ ಮಹಿಳೆ ವಲಸಿಗ ಮಹಿಳೆ, ದುಡಿತಾ ಇರುವ ಮಹಿಳೆ, ಒಬ್ಬಂಟಿ ಇರುವ ಮಹಿಳೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್, ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಅಥವಾ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಜನಸಮುದಾಯ ಜೊತೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೋಆಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. 1991 ನಂತರ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಫುಲ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ನ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಾಗಿ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ತುಂಬ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಸಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಜ್ಞ ಅಥವಾ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಅಥವಾ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಓದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರವೇಶಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ತಡಿಬೋದಿತ್ತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಆದರೆ ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆಯಾಗಿ ಇಷ್ಟೂ ಘಟನೆಗಳು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ನೆಗ್ಲಿಜೆನ್ಸಿ, ಓವರ್ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಆರೈಕೆ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಥವಾ ಸಂವಿಧಾನಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಒದಗಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ವಿಫಲ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಎರಡನೇ ವಿಷಯ, ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕವಾದಂತಹ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ವೆಚ್ಚ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ವೆಚ್ಚ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಪಡ್ಬೋದು. GDP-ನಲ್ಲಿ 2.4% ನಾವು ರೀಚ್ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ಮಾಡಿ, 2025ಗೆ ನಾವು 3.2ನ GDP-ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ 2.5ನ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ 2018-19 ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು ಒಂದು ಅಂದಾಜು ವೆಚ್ಚ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಹಾಗೆ ಓದ್ತೀನಿ. 2013-14ರಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು 2013-14ರಿಂದ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಚರ್ 26% ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ವೆರಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಅದೇ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗೌರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಮೆಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ, ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ವಿಮೆಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ವೆಚ್ಚ 167% ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ಮಾಡಿ, 26%, 167%. ನಿಮಗೆ ವಿಮಾ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋರು ಯಾರು, ವಿಮೆನ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗ್ತದೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು, ಮತ್ತು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲುಗಳು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಡೀಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಇಡೀ ನಮಗೆ ಆ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಎಕಾನಮಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲಿಸಮ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಇಡೀ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ನ ವಿಮೆ ವೆಚ್ಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಕಡೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಇನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸ್ಕಿಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾಕೆಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಚರಲ್ಲಿ WHO ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ವೆಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೊಂದಿದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ₹1 ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 18 ಪೈಸೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು 2019-20 ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾಕೆಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಚರ್ ವೆಚ್ಚದ ಪ್ರಕಾರ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಕಾರ, ಒಂದು ಕುಟುಂಬ ತನ್ನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ₹1 ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ 48 ಪೈಸೆ, ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 50 ಪೈಸೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ರಾಜ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಯಾರಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ 2020-20 ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮ್ಮ ತಲಾ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ವೆಚ್ಚ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, more than 5,000. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಬಿಲೋ 5,000. ಒಂದು ಮಗುನ ನಾವು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ 5,000 ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾವಿವತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಥವಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ಪರಿಗಣಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಂಗೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಗೇನೇನು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಆತಂಕ ಪಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ನಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಕಾಲೇಜವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಿಜವಾಗಲೂ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂವಿಧಾನಬದ್ಧವಾದಂತಹ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಇದೀವಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ. ನೀವು ಮೇಸ್ಟ್ರುಗಳು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, 15 ಲಕ್ಷ ಬಿಲ್ ಆದರೆ ನಮಗೇನಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ 20 ಲಕ್ಷ ಬಿಲ್ ಆದರೆ ನಮಗೇನಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಫಾರ್ಮಾಸ್ಯೂಟಿಕಲ್ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೇಟರ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಗೆಟ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಗಳು, ಫಾರಿನ್ ಟಿಪ್ಸ್ ಈ ಥರದನ್ನ ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಡೀ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೀ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮುರಿದು ಬಿದ್ದಿದೆ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಲಾಗದೇ ಇರುವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಡೇಟಾ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಪುಲೇಷನ್ ಬಿಡಿ, ಆ ಡೇಟಾ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಪುಲೇಷನ್ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಅಶೋಕ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೀಗೊಬ್ಬರು ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವ್ರ ಮನೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಬಂದಿರಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅಶೋಕ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ 4ನೇ ದಿವಸ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬೀಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೆಳಗಡೆ 4ನೇ ಬಿದ್ದ ತಿರುಗಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಸಿವ್ ಕೇರ್ಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಂಟೆನ್ಸಿವ್ ಕೇರ್ಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು KGCTನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಅಶೋಕ್ ಕುಮಾರ್. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ ವೈರಸ್ ಲಂಗ್ಸನ್ನು ಕತ್ತರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ವೈರಸ್ನ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಟ್ಟದ್ದಂತ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ರಕ್ತನಾಳಗಳನ್ನು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಕತ್ತರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಇಡೀ ರಕ್ತವನ್ನು ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಲೀಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದು ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವ್ರು ಉಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಡೇಟಾ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಪುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಟೀಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, 3T: ಟೆಸ್ಟ್, ಟ್ರೇಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಅಂತ. ಟೆಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಪುಲೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು? AIM, ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅವರು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಓನ್ಲಿ 63% ಆಫ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್, ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸರಿನೇ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಯಾರಿಗೋ ಹೋಯ್ತು, ಏನೋ ಆಯಿತು, ಮಿಸ್ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಟ್ರೇಸಲ್ಲಂತೂ ಬಿಡಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋದ್ರು, ಟೀಚರ್ಸು, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸು, ANMsಗಳು, ಆಶಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಡನ್ ಅವರು ಟ್ರೇಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗದೇ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ತಂದಿಟ್ರು. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಆ ಕ್ವಾರಂಟೈನ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಆ ಕ್ವಾರಂಟೈನಲ್ಲಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಏನು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ವಿಶೇಷ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಜುಲೈ 26ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು 2022 ನಮ್ಮ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಡೇಟಾ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ವೈದ್ಯರು ಮತ್ತು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅನುಪಾತದಲ್ಲಿ 100ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು WHO ಮುಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ 836 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಬ್ಬರಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಅದನ್ನು ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದರೆ ಇವರು ಪರ್ಯಾಯ, ಆಯುಷ್, ಬೇರೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗಗನ್ ದೀಪ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ನ EPW ಬರೀತಾರೆ. ಏನಂತಂದರೆ 20% ಆಫ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ಡ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ಇವರು ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ 15% ಆರ್ ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್, 5% ಆರ್ ಡೈಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ 5% ಆರ್ ಮೈಗ್ರೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ವೆಸ್ಟ್. ಇದನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಅವರು ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ WHO ಮುಂದಿಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಡೇಟಾ ಮ್ಯಾನಿಪುಲೇಷನ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬ ಬೇಸರ ಮತ್ತು ತುಂಬ ಅಸಹ್ಯ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳು ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮೇಲೆ, ಮರಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನೇನಾಯಿತು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಕೇವಲ 20 ದಿನಗಳದ್ದು 1098ಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಮಕ್ಕಳ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಎಂಥದಪ್ಪ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೆಲ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಫೋನ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟು ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ಗೆ. 20 ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿಲೀವಿಂಗ್ 4,60,000 ಕಾಲ್ಸ್ ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಾಸರಿ 6,000 ಕಾಲ್ಗಳು 20 ದಿವಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಲಾಕ್ಡೌನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್, ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ ಇನ್ನು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಬಂತು. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನೇನಾಯಿತು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಅಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಚೇರ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಪರ್ಮಿಟಿಂಗ್. ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಗೆಳೆಯರೆ, ಇದ್ರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ತುಂಬ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಇನ್ನೂ 5-6 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ. ಇದನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೇಷನ್ ರೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವ ಫುಡ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ $3 ಬೇಕು. 8×3 = 24, $240 ಬೇಕು. ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ ನ್ಯೂಟ್ರಿಷನನ್ನು, ಮತ್ತು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆಯಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರುವ ಇಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದಿಷ್ಟೇ. ರಾಜ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಜ್ಞರಾಗಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತಡವನ್ನು ಸಂವಾದದ ಮೂಲಕ, ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ, ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಜೊತೆ ಸೇರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಥವಾ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಬಹು ಜನರ ಯೋಗಕ್ಷೇಮಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಅಸಹಾಯಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಬಡವರು ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಯೋಗ್ಯರು ಎಂದು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಾದದ್ದನ್ನು ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ, ಸಂವಾದದ ಮೂಲಕ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆದರೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟು ಏನು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ, ಆ ವಿಷಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ನಾನು ಯಾವುದೂ ಸಹ ಗಾಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದೇ ಭಿನ್ನಾಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳಿದ್ರೆ, ತಕರಾರುಗಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟಪಡಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ವಿವರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನೀವೇನಾದರೂ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದಾದರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೀ ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದೇನಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಇವಾಗ NEP-ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಠ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಏನು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಎಮರ್ಜೆನ್ಸೀಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ಗಳೇನಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿ ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಸಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗೋದಾದರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಬಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹುಟ್ಟಾಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಮೊಹಂತಿಯವರು ಮತ್ತು VNB ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಹೊಸ ಪಠ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದಿದ್ದರೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಇವತ್ತಿಂದಲ್ಲ ಮೊನ್ನೆಯಿಂದಲೂ ಇತ್ತು, ಇವತ್ತು ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ನಾಳೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಕಾಂಟೆಂಪ್ರರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಕಾಂಟೆಂಪ್ರರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅದೇ ಸೂಸೈಡನ್ನು ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ, ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರಲ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನಲಿಸಮ್ನ ಈಗೇನಿದೆಯೋ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಯಾವುದೋ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಕಾನ್ಫ್ಲಿಕ್ಟ್ನ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ರೀತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಮೊದಲು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ದಲೇ ಒದ್ದಾಡಬೇಕಾದ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಓದು ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ನೀವು ಕಲಿಸಿರೋ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಅವಕಾಶಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನಗೆ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿಗೆ ಮನ್ನಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ, ತಾಳ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ತಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣಾತ್ಮಕ ಮಂಡನೆಗೆ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಕೋಚೇರ್ ಆದಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಚಂದ್ರಿಕಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಕರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಕಾನ್ಷಿಯಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೈಮ್, I would like to start my words with my own experience in the first wave of COVID pandemic in the year of 2021. I myself was quarantined and affected and quarantined for 14 days in my home. And I experienced the social stigma, what our Professor Jayashree had mentioned here. And even the non-affected family members of mine, they are also socially stigmatized, and also it was prolonged even after my recovery, that too up to 4 to 5 months. So in this background, I would like to share some of my views and observations here. The whole the public health policy initiatives and programs which was taken at that time, Prashant sir ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ, the public health programs ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು it has become a commercialized industry under the corruption and manipulation of statistical data, etc., 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 etc. Providing the social justice and optimal health and social well-being is the responsibility of the state and society that we know. So in this plenary session, Professor Jayashree and Professor Prashant, they provided a lot of information and inputs with theoretical context, and also with the existing realities with lot of lively examples also. And also in the morning session, my teacher, Professor Vian, but also had mentioned Ulrich Beck's risk in modern society, and also the Anthony Giddens' cultural anxiety and existing anxiety in the digital society, and the need for further studies in the context of indigenization of sociology for India and sociology of India. Even Professor Mohanty in the keynote address, he talked about the different variables which are operating behind the process in society. That was also excellently and elaborately it is expressed in the speaker's talk, which are operating in the whole mechanism and process in the society. And he also talked about conceptual theoretical aspects of sociological imaginations by quoting the Randall Collins. Now we need to think of reconstructing the society by removing the structural inequalities, structural barriers, which was created by us, by the society, in the name of religion, caste, gender, differentiation, just structural inequalities, and so on. The state government has taken a lot of initiations to prevent diseases and promoting the public health in the state. Recently, our administrators and ministers, they have declared a very comprehensive roadmap for overall public health care. And also, at the same time, it is also evidented that when I go through the recent statistics, that is also pointed out by Professor Prashant, that GDP and the expenses on the public health policies. It is already stated that the South Indian states, they spend very less on the public health policy programs. Also, it is true, and Karnataka is one among them. By looking all this, our responsibility is to revisit, to rethink the whole process. As Professor Indira said, there is a great challenge ahead in response to this social change. We need to educate the society with proper knowledge, education, a systematic public health policy, which include a comprehensive skill management, is also needed. We need to work to look the whole issue with sociological attitude and sociological thinking. Here, the role of sociology, the intervention of sociology and intervention of sociologists is very much needed. So with all hopes, I conclude my opinion, and also I'll take this opportunity to thank the organizers, my teachers, and all my colleagues for providing me this great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chandrika. Now I request Professor Somshekar, being a chair, he speaks few words for 10 minutes.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಜಯಶ್ರೀ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚಂದ್ರಿಕಾ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾಗರಾಜ್, and dignitaries of the dais. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers and the KSA for giving me an opportunity to chair this plenary session on state, society, and public health in Karnataka. Well, of course, it's a pleasant experience to be a part of inaugural function, memorial lecture, as well as this plenary session. As we have heard some greats, particularly Professor S.L. Iramat, Professor Indira Madam, Professor V.N. Bhatt. In my point of view, these are the greatest sociologists to any stretch of imagination. Well, we are fortunate to listen to them, and it's our, of course, they have blessed us by attending this conference. Well, coming back to this plenary session,
ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ
ಸಮಾಜಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೀಯ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ಸಭೆಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರೇಷ್ಮಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಗಡಿಗರು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬ ಉಪ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಚಂದ್ರಿಕಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು, ರಾಣಿ ಚೆನ್ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಬೆಳಗಾವಿ, ಇವರು ತಮ್ಮ ರಿಮಾರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ನೋಟನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ನೆರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ತಮ್ಮ ವಿಷಯ ಮಂಡನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಜಯಶ್ರೀ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಜಯಶ್ರೀ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಎಂಬ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅವರು 3 ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದನೇದು ಫಂಕ್ಷನಾಲಿಸಮ್, ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರಲ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರಾಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಾಮನ್ ಪ್ರಾಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ 3 ಪ್ರಾಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ತಮ್ಮ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಭೆಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬ ವಿಶೇಷ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಂಪಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಭೆಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಂಜುಳಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಪೇಷನ್ಸಿಂದ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು, ಈ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಹೃದಯಗಳಿಗೆ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಪರೋಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ವಂದಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ಮಂಗಳವನ್ನು ಆಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್.
Sir, I request for a token of thanks to Dr. Nagaraj sir. Assistant Professor of Sociology, Tumkuru University, Tumkuru. Thank you so much, sir, for being a reporter for this program. Thanks a lot. I thank ಎಲ್ಲ RC ಕನ್ವೀನರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ತಮಗೆ ಸೂಚಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ತಾವು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ತೆರಳಲು ಕೋರಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. Thank you, sir.
मातङ्गकन्यां मनसा स्मरामि ಇದು ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಎಷ್ಟು ಡೆಪ್ತ್ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಿ
ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾ?
ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ರಂಜಿಸಿದಂತಹ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಭರತನಾಟ್ಯ ನೃತ್ಯದ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ರಂಜಿಸಲು ಬರುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರನ್ನು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸೋಣ. ನವಿಲಿನಂತೆ ನಾಟ್ಯ ಅಂತಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಭರತನಾಟ್ಯದ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ರಂಜಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಆಶಾ ಹಾಗೂ ಮಾದೇಶ್ವರವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ದೇಸಿ ನೃತ್ಯ ಅಂತಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ನಮಗದು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ. ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ರಂಜಿಸಲು ಬರುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಪವನ್ ಅವರು, ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿ ಮಹೇಂದ್ರ ಅವರು.
ಸರಿ.
ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಕೊಂಚ ನಗಿಸುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ ಅವರು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮಿಮಿಕ್ರಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬೇಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಆಡಿಯೋ
ಹಲೋ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಹಕ್ಕಿಗಳ ಸ್ವರ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಮುಂಜಾನೆಯ ದಿವಸ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಹಕ್ಕಿಗಳು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ಹಾಗೆ ವಾಯ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ರಿದಮ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇಸ್ DJ ಸಾಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪುನೀತ್ ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿ ಸಾಂಗು
ಆನ್ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್. ಶಂಕರನ ಒಂದು ವಾಯ್ಸು ಯಾವಾಗ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶಂಕರನ ದೇವರು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗನೆ 30 ನಾವು ಇಷ್ಟು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಶಂಕರನಾಗ ಯಾವತ್ತಿದ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಟೈಗರು ಇದೇನಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ವೈಫೈ ಅಂದರೆ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಅಂದರೆ ಇದರ ವಿಶೇಷತೆ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ವೈಫರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ವೈಫರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದವ್ರು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಕ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ ಅದು ವೈಫೈ ಕಾಣೋ. ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ಪು, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮು, ಟಿಕ್ಟಾಕ್ ಕಾಣೋ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಲ್ಲಿ ರೀಲ್ಸು ಅದು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವು, ಅದು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ. ಸೌದಿಯರೇ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಮಾಡಿನಂತೆ, ನೀನು ಹೇಳಿದ ಟೈಗರು ದಿನ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾನೇ ಬೇರೆ, ವೈಫೈ ಬೇರೆ ದಿನ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ವೈಫೈನ ನಾವು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದು ವೈಫೈ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆಗೆ ಇರೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ವೈಫೈ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದು ವೈಫೈ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಬಾಕರಿ ಶಿವೈ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ ಸುದೀರ ಟೈಗರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ₹1 ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಯ್ತು ಶಿವೈ, ಹಲೋ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ರು. ಈಗೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಶಿವೈ, ಕಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ಆದರೂ ಸರಿ ಬಿಡಲ ಶಿವೈ. ಆದರೂ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಒಳ್ಳೆದಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟದಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಶಿವೈ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆದಿಕ್ಕಿ ಬಳಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಈಗ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ HD ದೇವೇಗೌಡರವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಏನು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇವತ್ತು ಕುವೆಂಪು ಸುದ್ದಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದು ತುಂಬ ಬ್ಯುಸಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಷಯ. ನಾನಿಲ್ಲೇ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡುಗರು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ದೇವೇಗೌಡರು ನೀವು ಬರಲೇಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದರ మేము ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ.
ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು.
ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಾನು ಅನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಕ್ಷೀರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ದವಸ ಧಾನ್ಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಪ್ಪ ಬರಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೊಬ್ಬನವನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ ನೀವು ಅನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕುಡಿಸಿದ್ರಿ ನಿಜ, ಶೀತ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕುಡಿಸಿದ್ರಿ ನಿಜ, ನಮಗೆ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕುಡಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನೋಡು ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆ ಗಂಡಿದ ಹೋಗಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾಳೆ, ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಶಸ್ಸು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನ ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾರು ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರಿಗಣ. ಈ ರವಿಶಂಕರ್ ಒಂದು ಆರುಮುಗನ್ ಡೈಲಾಗ್
ಏನು ಶೋಭ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆಗಿರ್ಲೇಬೇಕು, ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಿದ್ದ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ನಿನಗೆ ಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಆದರೆ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸಿದ್ದು ನಾನು. ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ತನಿಂದ ನಿನ್ನವರಿಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ತನಿಂದ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಕರೆಸಿ ನನಗೆ ಅವಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ? ಇದು ನನ್ನೂರು, ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಏರಿಯಾ. ನಾನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಡಿದರೆ ಉಡುಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಬ ನಡೆದುತ್ತೆ, ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ ತಾತ ಅಂದರೆ ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಎದುರಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಆರ್ಮುಗ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕಾಣೋ.
ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೇಮಲೋಕದ ರವಿಚಂದ್ರನ್ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಿಮ್ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
ನೋಡಿ ಇವರಾನ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ಇವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಈ ಫೋನು 24 ಗಂಟೆ ಹುಡುಗರು ಫೋನು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನೋಡಿ ಇವರಾನ, ನೀವು ಇವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ವೈಫೈ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅಥವಾ ಡಾಟಾ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಗಿದೋಗಿದೆ ಇವರಾನ, ಇವರಾನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೀಸ್ ಪೀಸ್.
ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಯಿ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಮೊದಲೆಲ್ಲದು
ಲಕ್ಷ ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ನೀನೇನು ದಾನವೀರ ಸೂರ್ಯಗ್ರಹಣ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವರ್ಷದ ಬೆಳೆಸಿದ ತಂದೆಯನ್ನ ಏನು ಕುಟುಂಬವನ್ನ ಕಂಡುಕೊಡ್ತೀರ. ನಾನು ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿರುವ ಲಕ್ಷದಕ್ಷಿ ಪುರುಷ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸೋ ಅವಿನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮಂಚದಾಶಿಗೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡುವ ಅದಿನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಲಂಚ ಮಂಚ ಅನ್ನೋ ವಸ್ತುಗಳಿಗೆ ಚಿಂತಲು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಅಗ್ನಿ IPS. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ತಮ್ಮ ಮಿಮಿಕ್ರಿಯ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮುಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂದಹಾಸವನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ ರವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ತಮ್ಮ ಮೂಕಾಭಿನಯದ ಮೂಲಕ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಒಂದೇ ಆದರೆ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಗಳು ಬೇರೆ, ಬಡವರು ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಗಳು ವಿಭಿನ್ನ ಆಗಿರ್ತವೆ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮೂಕಾಭಿನಯದ ಮೂಲಕ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸಲು ಬರುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು. ಜೋರದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸೋಣ. ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಇಂಟರ್ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್.
To represent Karnataka. This is traditional and rich dance form of Karnataka.
ಫಸ್ಟಿಂದ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ. To represent state Maharashtra. This is the form of dance of Maharashtra, Lavani. Classical dance. It's a famous and rich cultural dance form of Kerala, Mohiniyattam.
It's a time to represent state Rajasthan. It's a Ghumar famous folk dance of Rajasthan. To represent state West Bengal, this is a Brita dance folk dance form. Again, it's a time to represent Karnataka. It's a Karnataka best enthusiasm and energetic song and Dollu Kunita.
ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ರಂಜಿಸಿದಂತಹ ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ರಿಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಸಾಂಗ್ ಉಪೇಂದ್ರ ಅವರಿಂದ.
ಅಣ್ಣ 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಂತ ಬಂದು
ಹೂಗಾರ ಈ ಹಾಡುಗಾರ ಹೂ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಮುಳ್ಳು ಬೇಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಬಲ್ಲದ ಬಣಗಾರ ಈ ಹಾಡುಗಾರ ಸಿಹಿ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಕಹಿ ಬೇಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಮಮಕಾರ ಕಂಪಿರುವ ಮನದ ಮಣಿಹಾರ ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ಈ ಭಾವ ಜೀವ ಪ್ರೇಮದ ಹೂಗಾರ ಈ ಹಾಡುಗಾರ ಹೂ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಮುಳ್ಳು ಬೇಡುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಗಂಧದ ಕೊರಡಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಡಾಗಿ ನೋವಿನಲು ತೇಯುವುದು ಈ ಒಡಲು. ಗಂಗೆಯು ತಾನಾಗಿ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಎರವಾಗಿ ಸೇರುತ್ತಿದೆ ಕಂಬನಿಯ ಆ ಕಡಲು. ಕರುಣೆಯ ಕುಂಬಾರ ಕರುಣೆಯ ಕುಂಬಾರ ಈ ಹಾಡುಗಾರ ಮಣ್ಣು ಬೇಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಕೊಡ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಮಮತೆಯ ಕಲೆಗಾರ ಈ ಹಾಡುಗಾರ ಮನೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಹೊರ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಗೋವಿನ ಹಾಲಂತ ಮನಸ್ಸಿರುವ ಈ ಭಾವ ಜೀವ ಪ್ರೇಮದ ಹೂಗಾರ ಈ ಹಾಡುಗಾರ ಹೂ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಮುಳ್ಳು ಬೇಡುತ್ತಾನೆ. ನಿತ್ಯವು ತಾನುರಿದು ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ದಿನಗರೆದು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಸೋ ಸೂರ್ಯನಿಗೆ ನಿದ್ದೆಯಿಲ್ಲ. ರಾತ್ರಿಯು ತಾನುಳಿದು ತಾಪಕ್ಕೆ ತಂಪೆರೆದು ಸಂಚರಿಸೋ ಚಂದ್ರನಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಂತವಿಲ್ಲ. ಊರಿನ ಗೆಣೆಕಾರ ಊರಿನ ಗೆಣೆಕಾರ ಈ ಹಾಡುಗಾರ ಕಾಪಾಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಕಡೆಯಾಗುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಸತ್ಯದ ಹರಿಕಾರ ಈ ಹಾಡುಗಾರ ಹೋರಾಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಒಂಟಿಯಾಗುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಮಮಕಾರ ಕಂಪಿರುವ ಮನದ ಮಣಿಹಾರ ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ಈ ಭಾವ ಜೀವ ಪ್ರೇಮದ ಹೂಗಾರ ಈ ಹಾಡುಗಾರ ಹೂ ನೀಡುತ್ತಾನೆ ಮುಳ್ಳು ಬೇಡುತ್ತಾನೆ. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
ತಮ್ಮ ಸುಮಧುರ ಕಂಠದ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ರಂಜಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ದಯಾನಂದ ಸರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವಿನಂತಿ. ಈಗ ಕೆಲವೇ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಘದ ಜನರಲ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ವಾರ್ಷಿಕ ವಿಶೇಷ ಸಭೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಸಭೆಗೆ ಕೇವಲ ಅಜೀವ ಸದಸ್ಯರು, ಲೈಫ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇನೆಂದ್ರೆ, ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಲೈಫ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಊಟವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು. This is my humble request to all the delegates, those who are not the life members of Karnataka Sociology Association. Please, you can make convenient to have your dinner. Karnataka Sociology Association ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋರು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಭೆಗೆ ಅರ್ಹರಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನುಮೋದನೆ ಆಗಿರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ GPM ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ಗುರ್ಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೋಶಿಯಾಲಜಿ, KSA ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್, ತಾವು ಆಸೀನರಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೋರ್ತೇನೆ. ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಕರ್, ತಾವು ಕೂಡ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿ ಸರ್. ಟ್ರೆಷರರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿನಯ್ ರಜತ್ ಡಿ ಸರ್, ತಾವು ಕೂಡ. ವೈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೆ ಕಾಳಚನ್ನೇಗೌಡ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ GS ಪುರುಷೋತ್ತಮ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲೇಪಾಕ್ಷಿ SR, ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರೀಸ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಮಂತ್ S ಹಿರೇಮಠ್, ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೃಪಾಲಿನಿ HS, ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ KSA ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಜಗನ್ನಾಥ್ ಶಿಂಡೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HD ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ E, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ AG ಖಾನ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ ಗುಡಗುಂಟಿ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಉಮೇಶ್ K, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ CG ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀಪತಿ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ AR ಮಹೇಶ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹನುಮಗೌಡ C, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ನಾಟಿಕರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ತಿಪ್ಪೇಸ್ವಾಮಿ H, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ M, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HR ಜೈಪಾಲ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾಗರಾಜ್ S, ಮಂಜುಳಾ ದೇವಿ H, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವನಿತಾ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆದಿನಾರಾಯಣಪ್ಪ NA, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಭೆಯನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸೋಣ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೃಪಾಲಿನಿ, ಸಹ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿ KSA.
ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋರು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಸೌಂಡ್ ಕರುನಾಳುವ ಬೆಳಕೆ ಮುಸುಕಿದಿ ಮಬ್ಬಿನ